Oh, good morning. Balls out already had their coffee. And we'll see how today goes. I'm hoping it's going to be a little chiller than yesterday, but we'll see. It's kind of the mocks were kind of wrong about how last night was going to go. I'll tell you what. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, I saw that when I woke up this morning. I was looking at some of the older tornado warnings, and there was a PDS tornado in Mississippi, like in southern Mississippi near Hattiesburg. That that was weird. And also, when I looked up models before I fell asleep last night, the weird thing is that it had a line of storms coming through my area by like 5 a.m. And so like I set my alarm, and then when I woke up, the storms weren't even near me. And then when I woke up this morning at around 8, the storms were right on top of me. So the storm's about 3 hours behind schedule here, so it's moving a little bit slower than what was forecasted. But we do have a little bit of an interesting setup out here, especially down here in the southern mode. So let's go ahead and kind of go over everything. We do have an enhanced risk out here for New Orleans, Panama City, Mobile, Dothan, Montgomery, Atlanta, Augusta, Columbia, Charlotte, and Greensboro. Slight risk around that for parts of Florida going into Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, areas like New Jersey and New York. Sorry, I'm a little bit burpy this morning. Just ate pretty much like 5 seconds before I went live. But there is also a green area around this. That's a marginal risk. That's a 1 out of 5 for severe weather. And yeah, this is mainly a wind-driven enhanced risk. Let's go ahead, bring this back to here. And as you can see, our tornado risk has been downgraded for today, which is not surprising. You know, we were talking about it yesterday, how it really felt like the SPC went a little bit bullish on their forecast for today, and I think a 5% definitely matches the potential today a lot better than a 10% does. But there is a 5% tornado risk out there for people like New Orleans, Mobile, Dothan, Montgomery, near Birmingham, Atlanta, Augusta, Columbia, Charlotte, Greensboro, Virginia Beach, Greenville, Jacksonville, and Wilmington. And thank you, Tara Looney, for the 2. Yeah, no problem. And here is why we have an enhanced risk out here. It's mainly just going to be for wind. So kind of in the same areas that are in that 5% are also going to be in this damaging wind risk, 30% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. You can see our storms are kind of already underperforming a little bit. But I do feel like as long as this storm can kind of get out in front of the little bit of an outflow boundary, or can start convecting a little bit more along the leading edge of that, we could definitely still see some widespread severe weather today, mainly in this red corridor here. Also, you know, throughout the day, we could also see that go extended a little bit further up to the north as well. And then, you know, a little 15% chance there in the yellow. Our hail risk is pretty low today. Not really expecting any, you know, very large hail today. You know, pretty small chance for some quarter-sized hail, but definitely, you know, something to keep an eye on out there. You know, we're probably not going to get any hail that's going to cause much damage. And the main things that we'll be looking out for today is probably like these quick little QLCS spin-ups, and also, you know, some damaging winds associated with that. So it's going to come back over here and then bring up our HRRR future radar and just kind of go over. Well, actually, let's first look at, I think you, Tabletop Geek for the $2. What will Wilmington, North Carolina see with the severe? So you actually do have some storms potentially off of your coast, so you might have been already hearing some rumbles of thunder, but that's not what's coming towards you. Later on tonight, by around 9 p.m., there could be a line of storms. It might be severe, it might not be. It could be falling apart by the time it gets to you. This forecast has been kind of changing a lot over the last couple of days, but you know, it does seem like our storms are down there where the model starts, and then by the time it gets to Wilmington, you know, you do have you do have potentially some damaging winds coming through at around like I would say anywhere from like 7 to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. there for the Wilmington area. But let's come back over to here really quick and make sure that it's set up correctly so people don't shout at me in chat while I ramble to a blank screen for an hour. There we go. Why? What? Oh no, that's not what was supposed to happen. There we go. There and there. All right. Look at us. Look at me. I'm being better. I'm getting better. We're actually setting things up. All right. So as of right now, a lot of our environment is kind of capped out at the moment. We have a little bit of a surface inversion, the best kind of short-term tornado risk out of all of these areas is going to be down here, where we have a little bit more instability and it's a little bit less capped out. Our lower level winds are also kind of focused down here to the south as well. So going to be a lower chance for tornadoes further up to the north, but that might improve over the next couple of hours. So might be a little bit of a lull, and then things might get a little bit dicey up there, maybe into parts of Georgia as we go throughout the evening as that shear increases. But again, we're not really talking about enough shear for strong tornadoes. We're talking mainly these briefer and weaker QLCS tornado warnings, maybe get a little bit of QLCS tornado spam. One of the things that really sticks out to me though on these models, which is pretty evident, is that we're dealing with a lot of, you see these little flags here, the pointing up out of the south up to the north and east. That is very parallel to our 500 millibar winds. So mainly just a linear line here with some damaging wind potential as that moves off to the east with those QLCS tornadoes. So now that we know kind of the current environment, let's going to come back here. So a lot of these storms that can form out in front of this line will probably have a really hard time becoming like a discrete supercell. Maybe a little bit of a better time down here later on in the day. But here in about a couple of hours, or about an hour or so, we're going to have this storm going through Montgomery. And then in another hour, we'll have it going through, near Atlanta. And eventually this thing's going to try to make it into southern Georgia. But you can see we have a big broken line of storms here. And eventually over here near Columbia and Charlotte, as we go into 4 p.m., we do have, still some 850 millibar winds. But see how weak they are around those? So that actually might be more of a hail threat over there near Columbia. Might have to watch that. That doesn't really show up too well in our, at least our SPC outlook. Could be some larger hail associated with these storms near Columbia before that forms into a line, kind of gusts out by around 6 to 7 p.m. near Columbia and Florence with those damaging winds. And then eventually that pushes off to the east towards Jacksonville and Greenville. Further up to the north, there's not a whole lot going on right now up here, but eventually we are going to be expecting by around 3 p.m. kind of a little boundary here of storms to kind of initiate up here near like New Jersey going into Pennsylvania, Maryland going into Virginia as well. And then eventually that is some of these storms are going to kind of turn into their own damaging wind threat. So over there near like New York City, could get some couple of rounds of some damaging winds. Baltimore, Washington, down there near Richmond as well. And that will eventually push to the east. By the time we get to around 9 p.m., it's going to be pretty near the coast here for like Delaware, Maryland. Most of New Jersey is going to be under a line at this point. And then eventually that's going to be kind of scraping throughout the Long Island area. We might even get some severe weather up here as far north as Connecticut and going into Maryland. Not Maryland, Massachusetts. But yeah, that's kind of just kind of a brief overview of what we're seeing today. I know we're not going to have a whole lot of folks in here in the Central Plains, but I do want to go take a look at that for a little bit and just see what the models are saying for tomorrow, where we will most likely have another live stream. It looks like it upscales pretty quickly. Might have some discrete cells out over here. What's going on? Do we got like some sort of capping inversion? Yeah, we do have a capping inversion out here. So that might keep our more dangerous storms at bay. And then this could be more of a linear line. And you can see that capping inversion really doesn't disperse really at all. So, we might have some cells further down to the south going tomorrow, like near like Oklahoma and like Kansas, near Kansas City, that might try to break through that cap. It's going to be something that we have to watch. If these can break through that cap, Could certainly see maybe even a strong tornado threat with these guys and some large hail to very large hail. Let me see what our lower level winds are like. Yeah, our lower level winds at this point are pretty elevated. So even yeah, if that cap does break, it's going to be a very dangerous day out here for parts of Kansas going into like northern Missouri. And even along this line, there could be the potential for some, pretty damaging winds there. And also, I wouldn't be surprised with an enhanced risk for damaging winds, and then maybe like a 5%, like in this area for like tornadoes. And if we get more agreement that our cap is going to break, then we might see that get upgraded to like a 10% hatch risk. But there's still a lot of uncertainties there. Day 3, we now officially have our outlook for day 3. So we're going to be doing this all over again in 2 days. Yeah, gonna be long. It's still long. I'm still hanging in there. But I will let you guys know. I think I'm gonna stop using the wording. I'm taking an hour break. Because that used to be what I say when I leave after a 12-hour stream, because there's usually a high likelihood that I would be back again. But I'm finding out as I get older and older, I just like every time I end the stream, I'm just like completely flushed of energy. So 12 hours just might have to be our limit for a live stream. But yeah, eventually the storms are going to be kind of making it up. Let's go switch over to the NAM. Not really a very accurate model, but it'll give us kind of an understanding, a brief little overview here of what's going to be possible. So as we get into the second here, not a whole lot is happening. We get into the afternoon hours. We're just into view. Let's see what we're dealing with. We got a lot of instability out there. Storm's kind of firing out in front of that instability axis over there near Illinois. I mean, not so bad further up to the north. I haven't really had a whole lot of time to look at this, and we probably never will, which is the sad part, because we're probably going to be worked to death. We had really decent lower level shear, though. That is a concerning look there. Or that's 500 millibars. And then let's go down to our 850 millibars. Yeah, pretty strong there as well. If these storms, yeah, I mean, there seems to be, some storms out there in some decent shear. I don't know too much about this. Well, I think I'm going to do a bit of like a more in-depth breakdown some point today or tomorrow. I don't know. I just don't know where we're going to find time. I'm struggling with how to schedule out my day. I'm going to have to release, like, if these storms kind of quit today pretty early and we can get off, and maybe I'll do like a more in-depth forecast during the nighttime. Maybe that could be a possibility. I don't know. But thank you, Feather Sketch, for the $5 donation. I do appreciate that. You just got here and missed the forecast. How will upstate South Carolina be? Let me show you. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot going on. We actually might do a more in detail forecast on Wednesday. What did you say? Upstate South Carolina. So yeah, that's really going to be starting like around like 12 p.m. Some damaging winds and some severe weather will be possible up there. And then kind of like near like Columbia by 4 p.m. could have some bigger hail potentially in some of those storms as it lifts off to the north and east. And eventually this all kind of turns into a line of damaging winds as it moves through Columbia, Florence, and then Charleston, and then through Myrtle Beach. Okay. Let me set up. I do want to take a look, a little bit more of an in-depth look, since we are in range. Let me set up here for this, and then we'll come here, there, here. Okay. All right. And then we'll look at the NAM, and then we'll compare it to other models. So there is the NAM 3K. And then do we have our upper airs? No. So we'll just look at the global models. I think the NAM 12K has 300 millibar winds. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, so this is the NAM 12K. And yeah, as we move into the second, around 1 p.m. And there's our initiating, or there's our forcing here. And you can see that there is some forcing really from like the northern Mississippi, Alabama area up into parts of the Ohio Valley and the Midwest. Let's go see how that compares to other models. Some models have a little bit more widespread forcing, with the NAM seeming to be a little bit on the weaker side. But overall, there's definitely going to be enough forcing to support some storms firing in this environment. 500 millibar winds are definitely pretty decently strong at this time as well. You can see that they're overspreading a wide area too, really all the way from like Louisiana going into like Kentucky as well. And most of our models agree on that. Some stronger upper level winds over there near like Iowa and Wisconsin. You can see we have a lot of model agreement for that scenario as well. Let's come down to our 850 millibar winds. Yeah, the Euro has quite a bit there. The Euro is definitely a pretty bullish model. And the NAM is very bullish, as it usually is. UK Met is also very bullish. I mean, there's definitely enough shear there. I mean, we're talking about, 40 to 50 knots of shear, which would certainly support some strong tornadoes. I think the NAM, it looks crazy, but as you can see, it's kind of all by itself. So that's definitely an outlier there. I would not take the NAM for its word there. I'd say the Euro might be a good middle ground between the NAM and the other models. So yeah, 40 to like 60 knots here at the beginning of the event, and that'll probably increase as we go into the nighttime. So that's a bad starting point, right around 50 knots. You could pretty much just start this day off by around 12 p.m. and just, have tornadoes and potentially strong tornadoes as well with that. Come over to our surface-based cape really quick. 2%. Yeah, I'm just giving a little brief overview of our event here. Yeah, some pretty significant disagreements between a lot of our models on where our axis of instability is. UK Met and the RDPS have it all the way up there into the Ohio Valley. NAM 3K at the beginning of the event doesn't even have it making it up into Arkansas. That's interesting. GFS and the Euro are kind of in agreement here. Euro has a little bit, or the GDPS and the GFS, sorry. Yeah, definitely a lot of disagreement here in the amount of moisture, but regardless, I mean, even some of them, and that's really just going to modulate who gets the biggest risk here. So it looks like, I guess, the best agreement along all models is somewhere into Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky at this point. Maybe the Boot Hill of Missouri if that instability gets there. And I'm sure it's going to rise further up to the north throughout the day, but this is just kind of the first little bit. I just want to take a quick look at all of our data. I mean, yeah, it's looking like a dangerous day. All hazards, threat, potential, definitely some potential there for a decent amount of tornadoes. Yeah, definitely going to keep an eye on that forecast. We'll have more information on that tomorrow when we have our HRRR in range. All right. I see we still have questions. How about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area? Yeah, Pittsburgh is going to be is over here, right? No, that's Philadelphia. Yeah, I think Pittsburgh's done for today. Yeah. You guys have already gotten it worse, or the worst of it. Dothan radar. Yeah, we can go check in on radar again. I think Dothan is like, isn't that like down here somewhere? Down. Isn't that like all the way down? Yeah, Dolphin Island. Yeah, you guys do have quite the storm coming through. No real strong areas of rotation right now. There's Daphne there. Yeah, there's a little bit. There have been like really small and brief tornadoes this morning across a couple of states here through Louisiana, going into southern Mississippi, which has kind of been the main risk down here. Just really quick spin ups, like near Gulf Shore, Pensacola. That's eventually going to be making it towards you. Further up to the north, I'm keeping a close eye on this area. I do think that this area is about to potentially go into some better instability, but there is quite the surface inversion out in front of it that is keeping these storms at bay and from not really being severe. technically there is enough instability out in front of these guys right now. So, really anywhere in Georgia needs to be watching out potentially for, over the next couple of hours, a more increased tornado and severe threat, especially further up north here. That could certainly be in the works here because, again, they know that the wind shear is going to be picking up throughout the day, according to our latest models. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. Yeah, you guys are going to be in a little bit of a risk today. Columbus, Ohio, for that day. Looks like you guys are going to be in an enhanced risk. So you guys are in that significant severe weather risk, and depending on where that moisture goes, I definitely think there's going to be an increased tornado probability up there in comparison to this day. Even if there's less moisture, there's going to be a lot more shear up there, and so you guys could definitely still see, a small chance for significant tornadoes, and maybe even, and maybe even some QLCS tornadoes as well. All right. We still have questions. Winds in Topeka again? Yeah. On the backside of these storms, there's always going to be a lot of wind. In fact, those winds might be gradient winds from the storm that's coming through up here. We had a storm last night, and there was a tornado warning. Yeah, there was a couple of tornado warnings last night. Mount Washington. How about Mount Washington are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Look like, yeah. About that. So Pittsburgh is. Oh yeah, nothing. Sorry. How severe am I thinking for Central Georgia? I'm thinking like damaging winds and a QLCS tornado threat. That's what I'm thinking. When will you be done in Jackson, Alabama? Double check where that is. Jackson, Alabama. Hey, thank you, Harold, for the 10. Thank you so much. Where's the actual storms at here? I think they're past Jackson. Yeah, Jackson, Alabama's good to go. I see the crazy hailstones in Arkansas yesterday. Yeah, I think I did. It was like a 5-inch hail or something like that. I couldn't tell if that was just hail that like melted and then refroze together on the ground or like from the sky. So I didn't know if it was like real or not. Oh, Jacksonville. There's a Jacksonville, Alabama too. Jasonville. Jacksonville. There we go. Let's see here. I mean, you guys are also done. I mean, there's going to be some like heavy rain and lightning for probably another 10 minutes or so, but after that rain, starts to calm down, you guys are good. You're like the leading edge is past you, which means the tornado threat is over for you, but still some lightning and wind. How bad is it for Mobile? Mobile, one of the things, so I was setting up for my live stream. I couldn't initiate it because it went so fast. I'm trying to remember. It was like right next to Mobile University. Anybody that lived near Mobile University? I think there was a tornado there, like a really brief and weak tornado. But that threat's over now. Thank you, Hannah, for the 5. I know you're tired. What am I thinking tomorrow for Texas? For tomorrow, it's either going to be something or just absolutely nothing. Kind of like what happened, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. Kind of looking like the same thing. Capping inversion in place. Uncertainty on whether or not it's going to break. See your latest HRRR run. Doesn't fire anything into Texas until about 5 a.m. And those storms could fire around your area. So we'll be weather aware. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado threat. Let me just double check. Actually, yeah, that could be a tornado threat down there. They might extend this light risk a little bit further to the east. I wouldn't be surprised if they had like a 5% tornado risk with those storms. If they can mature, that is. They're going to be a little bit removed from the low pressure system, so there just might not be enough forcing. So it's more of a conditional threat. But I would definitely be aware of these storms as they go into like 5, 6, 7 a.m. 163 and 110 in Mobile is bad. Okay. What's the weather for Columbus, Georgia? Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia. Yeah, you guys are going to be getting the line of storms here shortly. Probably in about an hour or so, maybe 2 hours, hour, 2 hours. So eventually, this is going to be making its way towards you. It's not really super favorable for tornadoes right now, but eventually, it will be. Or not super favorable, but it will be somewhat favorable. So I do think that our tornado risk is going to start to ramp back up a little bit throughout the day because this line is still intact. It's not really oriented in the best way. Wind shear vectors are pretty parallel, but you could still get some brief spin ups within this line. I think that's going to be our main story for today is that brief spin up threat. Briefly explain why you're in a marginal risk, but it says pretty cloudy. I saw the HRRR. Saw the storms barely hit. I don't know where you are, Kevin, so it'd be hard to explain that for you. We're supposed to get ice storm with 2-inch accumulation. We got rain showers. Well, that's what an ice storm is. The way, like it feels like rain showers, and then the water hits the surface and then freezes. That's why people don't really care about ice storms because they hear ice storm, and if they don't really pay attention to the description of it, and they just hear ice storm and they're like, oh gosh, it's gonna be raining ice all day. But that's not how it works. It's usually just rain, and then that rain hits the surface and freezes, and then that's when it gets dangerous. Gordon, hey, thank you, INFP. Thank you so much. 9.99. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, you guys are in the enhanced risk. So again, your main risk is going to be those damaging winds. You're a little bit more on the southern mode. I think the southern mode of this. So if your weather setup is going to have a little bit of a higher chance for tornadoes, and they should be making its way into your area by around 12 to 1 p.m. And a funeral next Saturday in Enid, Oklahoma. Going to get soaked, huh? I don't know. I don't know about next Saturday. I don't look at that far out in the models. Usually. Let me see. Let me see what our extended outlook is looking like. I haven't looked at that this morning. Day 4. Wow. Already have another slight risk for day 4. Yay. Probably going to be streaming so much it might drive me crazy. Maybe. What about Mobile, Alabama? Mobile, Alabama is good to go, but I would check in on your friends if they go to the Mobile, Alabama university out there. I'm pretty sure a small tornado went through there. Would have been very brief. I do want to get my Florida camera set up really quick because we're going to be covering Florida a decent amount. Put that here. We'll put that here. I'm not sure if we're going to have any storm chasers today, to be honest. I think they all, I think they all just, a lot of them just quit early yesterday, and I think they're just done with this storm. Maybe somebody like PA Storm Trackers might be live at some point today. They got to make it to Pennsylvania, so they might not. They might not be near the southern mode at all. Find like a good view of the clouds coming in. They're pretty far away, so I'll keep it on this camera for now, I think, and then we'll keep checking back in it. Maybe we'll see a little shelf cloud. And control cams today. Yeah, that might be helpful. Let me know. My computer's running a little bit slow this morning, unfortunately. The topic is at 1 p.m. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know. Well, I don't use Brandon Copic, but that means there might be hope that other storm chasers will be live. A little bit of a prefrontal storm here trying to get started over there. Roanoke, Arkansas. So Arkansas, like in general, your risk is going to be on Wednesday. Let me see where Roanoke is. Definitely spelling it wrong. Let me try to find that again. Okay. Lone. Yeah, you're over there near Little Rock, so yeah, there is a chance for some significant severe weather for you on Wednesday, and it could get pretty intense. We'll see. We'll see what the models do as they get closer. There's still a little bit of disagreement, but overall, it seems like a dangerous environment will be out there if storms can mature and take advantage of it, which seems to be a pretty good chance of that. Hey Dana, how about Chattanooga, Tennessee for today? You guys are done. You guys are done, I think. Yeah, you guys are done. I think we'll use Radar Omega until we start to get tornado warnings, and then we'll have to switch to weatherwise, so we can still answer a couple of questions until then. Still keeping an eye on this line of storms. Not really seeing much evidence of them kind of increasing in strength yet. Definitely some stronger storms further up to the north. We might start seeing severe weather here, maybe. The main issue with these storms right now is that there's a surface capping inversion. Yeah, here's our latest mesoscale analysis. And you can see these storms are trying to push past that outflow boundary, especially up to the north. We might start seeing some severe weather start to pick up into like central and northern Georgia. Not a whole lot of wind shear there, though. So tornado threat would probably be on the lower end. Can't rule out some spin ups, maybe. How bad do I think the tornado risk will be in Middle Tennessee? Today, 0. Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah, there's definitely, I hate the term bomb cyclone, but there's definitely a cyclone that will have some decent strength for sure. Still a little bit of uncertainties. There's still definitely a little bit of model spread, though. So it's still hard to say for 100% certainty. But the overall environment does look conducive for tornadic activity. And maybe even a strong tornado, or it definitely seems like there's going to be some chances for some strong tornadoes on Wednesday again. we probably won't know most details by tomorrow. He changed it to April 1st. Ah, okay. Well, I just lost all hope for having storm chasers today. It's okay. There's a lot of cameras in Alabama, Florida. I think there's even a couple of camera. I think we also have live cameras, like traffic cameras um, in Georgia. I'm not sure about South Carolina though. Check South Carolina. I think South Carolina has some live cameras, maybe. Yeah, South Carolina has live cameras, but I don't think North Carolina has any. I think they're just picture cameras, if I remember correctly. At least at the beginning of this event, there will be some cameras for us, some views. Yeah, in North Carolina is all picture cams. You've been looking at has cams. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any access to has cams over here. We only have access to Mississippi right now. I still need to get in contact with the other people. So with has cams, like all the cameras on their website, like all the Mississippi ones are owned by one area. All the ones in Alabama are owned by one organization, another organization. All the ones in Tennessee are owned by another organization, and all the one in Louisiana is owned by other organizations. So you got to like contact all of them, negotiate a deal. It's pretty pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Complicated. We have some cameras up here. These are all EMA cameras, which we can use. See if we see anything. Also an EMA camera. This one looks like yeah, fire EMS. And we can use this little cluster here. Anything that's like on a government building, no matter where it is, we can use. But we do have some radar mega cameras and potentially some has cams. As a live cam, yeah, but if it's not like let me see. Let me see what this is. It's a football. Yeah, those are all like football things. So that's probably not gonna be able to use those. Calhoun. Where is Calhoun? Yeah, Calhoun has a line of storms coming. As of right now, they're not really warned for much. You can see that we're talking about maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds right now, but further down the line, especially like with this segment of the storm, it does seem like some severe weather will probably pick up here within an hour or so. It's open to the public. No, it's because somebody owns it, right? And because they own it, everything that goes through it is copyrighted for them. They can't use it. Same like storm chasers, all that kind of stuff. They own their material. North Adams, Massachusetts. So for Massachusetts, your threat's going to develop as we go into about 7 a.m. And should spread throughout the area like 8, like 10 near Worcester, and then should be like off of the coast by 11. We want to check to see if we have any new areas of rotation to keep an eye on. A little bit of rotation building over here near Fuller Crossroad. You can see we do have a little bit of a embedded supercell here. Might have to switch over to weather-wise. Hey, thank you, Bucky, for the $2. I do appreciate that. You're in Charlotte giving Trazodone hates thunder. Yeah, my mom's dog is the same way. My dog Chaz, he just gets angry at thunder. He just barks at it. He's like, "Screw you!" I think he thinks the storm is like barking at him, and so he gets all animated. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. That's what we try to do here. We try to just, even though I'm pretty tired and all that, it's not going to be like a super intense day, I don't think. So I don't think I'm going to be wasting much energy um, covering this event. So I think we'll be able to do the long haul if needed. Just really depends on how. There is definitely a chance that these storms really don't do much today. If they continue to stay outflow dominant, then we just might see this storm struggle throughout the entire day. So it could either be a segmented stream where we go live for a little bit, if nothing happens, and end the stream, and then wait and keep watching radar, and then if something happens, we'll reinitiate a live stream, or if things get going here a little bit early, then we could be here for a good 8 to 9 hours. Just a wind bag, a wind bag with the QLCS tornado threat. Like some storms are starting to make their way through Montgomery, but again, these are non-severe. Just a lot of heavy rain and some lightning. Wouldn't rule out some flooding in there. Do a broad view again. Any storms firing up here yet? I wonder. Not yet. Was there a double vortex in Hamilton, Alabama this morning? I don't even know what a double vortex is. That is not a. I'm guessing you're talking about a tornado or something like that. How's Panama City looking? You guys got a little bit, but the storms are entering into Florida right now. I think Panama City is over here. Yeah. You guys got a little bit before it gets there, but I do think, at least in the short term, our higher tornado risk will be associated with this southern boundary here. The next day or so for DFW. Yeah. So that'll be mainly tomorrow. Actually, the day after tomorrow, like really early morning. At least that's what the latest models are saying. Like by 5 a.m., could have storms form near the DFW area. Might even have a tornado risk with it. So, but that is all going to be dependent on whether or not, like, the storm mode, and two, whether or not there's enough forcing, because our low pressure system is going to be all the way up here, and so is our main forcing. So that's really going to be dependent on whether or not these storms can mature and tap into that shear environment. Can we see the storm yet on our camera? Our camera's pretty close to the border here. Let me check around. These cameras are in Florida. My favorite place to digital storm chase is in Florida. You guys just have so many dang cameras. It's a nowcaster's dream. This is our best one. I kind of see something dark coming our way. Is Virginia in the threat zone for today? Yeah, it is. You guys are in a slight risk, so mainly damaging winds. Maybe a small chance for like a spin up or two, but the main tornado threat's going to be to your south. I always have eyes on Florida. I'm not gonna say that I wait for weather to go into Florida. I'm not gonna say I get excited. But I do like the fact that you guys have tons of cameras down there, and it makes covering weather extremely easy. It's very helpful. And even sometimes, I remember during the Milton tornado outbreak, the traffic cameras in southern Florida turned into storm chasers. It was crazy. They started driving on the roads and everything. I'm just kidding. It was in and along 75, and they were literally controlling the cameras. And so, like, if like, say that you had a camera here, and it was like just naturally looking this way, usually the camera never turns. But all these cameras down here were 360 cameras, and say like a tornado started here and then started moving like that, they would turn the camera and track the tornado. It was crazy. It was like the most helpful thing that I've ever seen. Florida is just the goat when it comes to traffic cameras. Thank you, Kevin, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Cameras became sentient. Exactly. That's how good their cameras are. They're literally human beings. They have rights. That's how sentient they are. If anybody lays a hand on those cameras, they should go to jail. They're like the most helpful thing ever. Like, honestly, like in most scenarios, you really don't even need radar down here in Florida. There's just so many cameras. It seems like these storms are kind of gusting out down here near Pensacola. Still got to keep an eye down there. Every now and then, there is usually a little bit of rotation. I think you Mr. Show Love. I appreciate that. Convergence, spin up potential, but I don't expect much. Neither do I. I think today's going to be a pretty chill day. Um, it is something to keep an eye on. Definitely could be a couple of spin ups here and there, especially as these storms move into Georgia. We come over here to our mesoanalyses. We could even get 40 mile per hour or 40 knot shear near the leading edge of some of these storms over there in like central Georgia. So that's what I'm really keeping my eye on today. Eventually, the storms outrun that shear, and then the tornado threat will kind of go down as it moves up into like South and North Carolina. But there is like a brief moment as we move pretty much like from now into about 4 hours from now, should be like the peak tornado threat for today. Again, a lot of those lower level winds are going to be uh, parallel to the upper level winds. So it's not, or it's not like it's not very favorable environment to be honest for tornadoes, but it is technically possible. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. Loud clap of thunder. Yeah, we had a lot of lightning this morning up here in northern Alabama. I swear there's this one storm. Like a lot of people, they talk about how their like dogs are scared of storms. I think my dog is a legit, like, so I used to take my dog when I was storm chase um like before I started this channel, and then a little bit after I started this channel, I took a chasecation in the Oklahoma area, chased for about a week. Which I might do this year again. We'll see. But uh but yeah, I mean, he would just be in the car. We'd see like some of the craziest storms, and he was just really chill. And now I swear, like when storms are coming and like there's like lightning on them, and like if they're not near us, he just stays inside. But as soon as it gets right next door, or like right over us, and it's like you hear the louder thunder, he goes outside. He literally just goes outside. We have a doggy door in the backyard and a fence, and he just goes out there. I don't know what he's doing out there. I think he enjoys it. He's probably like, I feel alive. With the same feeling that most storm chasers feel. We will watch the water spots out out the Gulf. Yeah, that's possible. Certainly is. Definitely can't rule out the water spoots. The water spoots. Still watching the line, but don't really have any severe storms to really talk about. So we'll stay on radar Omega just in case, we get some questions. And then if things get a little bit more dicey, we'll switch over to weather-wise. Any severe thunderstorm warning for Atlanta? No. Storm's not quite there yet, but I do think it's going to be possible. Northwest Georgia, and there's a line of storms. Let me see if we can get a view on this yet. Not yet. A line of storms coming through the Calhoun area. No dangerous areas of rotation on that right now, but it's approaching 75 and 41. And eventually we will have a view. So let's just go ahead and pop this over here, see if we end up seeing anything ever. Let's also go check back in our Florida camera. Make sure it's recent. Sometimes these things lag behind. I don't know why they do that. Yeah, it looks milky. Sky looks milky. There might have been a little bit of flooding here. Here's likes to sit in the window. Yeah. Yeah, the dogs that are scared of storms are missing out. I'll tell you that. So mainly stormy winds for Wilmington, North Carolina. Yeah, that's the current thought right now. That is the current thought. Today's going to be like one of those days where there's going to be a line of storms. It's going to get loud at some times, and every now and then we'll be getting, we should get some more widespread severe weather as we move over like the next hour or so. So we should get more widespread severe weather. And then the tornado warnings will be here and there. I don't think we're going to get like tornado spam unless we start to see like a higher QLCS threat, but the winds might be a little bit too parallel for that. What's the meal plan for today? Same as yesterday. Chicken and rice. Thoughts on Wednesday? There's a little bit of disagreement in the models. But overall, it looks like a volatile environment. It looks like something that everybody in the risk area. So here's the latest risk area. If you haven't seen it yet, issued this morning. You can see that we have a pretty large enhanced risk again. I do think this day will probably have more tornadoes than we did yesterday.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
The latest data on that. New severe thunderstorm watch. Hasn't come through here yet. Oh, man. Where is it? Well, we have to wait for that to show up, I guess. But yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot stronger shear out there than there was the last one. So we'll definitely have a chance for probably a more widespread tornado event than we saw yesterday. So it'll definitely be more dangerous. Definitely a day that folks here in this area need to watch out for.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, Asian food, man. There's like their diets are like really good. Apparently, like in Japan, they have a very low obesity rate.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
The interesting thing about all of that is that they're taught to like not eat to excess. So like how like pretty much everybody here in chat and me, pretty much all of us, what we do is we kind of eat until we're full. They don't do that in Japan, apparently. You have hail in Auburn. Where's Auburn? Somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. Swear it's over here somewhere. Is it a small city? Why isn't it showing up? Am I just missing it? There it is. Oh yeah. Yeah, storms near Auburn are looking kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, and we got a surging line here. Definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that. That could be trying to produce some severe winds here. And maybe these storms might try to mature before the line gets there. We shall see. If they can, then that's that's not going to be super dangerous, but it's going to be something we need to keep an eye on. Thank you, name last for the 5. Thank you so much. Yesterday at the group home, I work at Michigan. You were on the TV, my phone, giving a peace of mind. We were like our comfort blanket. Oh, that's awesome. That is what I want. That is exactly the vibe I'm going for. So thank you for letting me know that. I want folks to know the risks, but stay calm. Be able to act. Because if you're panicking, you're gonna forget stuff. The more you panic, the more, yeah, it's extremely hard to focus and take preparations. I'm noticing a little area here of rotation starting to develop near Tallapoosa. So I think we're gonna have to use weather-wise here. I'm gonna try to run since today's not gonna be like high octane. I got to be switching back and forth, doing crazy things. I think I'm gonna have just switch in between. It's one of the things that weather-wise does not have that it's gonna have soon, but it does not have, and it definitely is makes it a little bit. It makes you wish it had it, right? Is the search function. I can't search for cities. It doesn't have models on it, right? But they will have all that eventually. But as of right now, they do not have that, and so it's um, I can't search for cities. So I'll try to keep Radar Omega up. But if it really slows down my computer, then it might be an issue. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on these little areas. We are starting to see a couple of notches here, little areas of rotation developing. And then probably our biggest notch is over here near Tallapoosa. So I'm keeping a close eye on this little segment of the line. Let me get models over here, set up over here as well. We'll use this for models and the SPC Outlook. And for those cameras that are going to be somewhat in the area here. I do want to see if any of these cameras are showing anything yet. Oh, yeah. For like the Florida coast, some storms are going to be expected here. The line of storms is moving in close to Pensacola. It should be there within like 30 minutes to an hour. And then by the time we get to around like 1 or 2 p.m., it's going to be near Panama City, Tallahassee, Apalachicola by 4. And then it really starts to fall apart by the time we get into around 6 p.m. near Jacksonville and Gainesville. Tree down on Pike Road in Montgomery. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, Montgomery's getting. You guys got a kind of a surging portion of this line. Yeah, that kind of surges there. The winds might have been a little bit elevated in the warning that was issued for your guys' area. I'm not seeing any rotation in that area yet. Still mainly just rain and thunder. Off the coast of Post. 80. Only there could be some water spouts. I'm not seeing it. And maybe something over here. Yeah, Port. You said Port Sulphur. Yeah, I mean a little bit of something there. It could be a water spout. I mean, you really don't need that much rotation for a water spout. Rip Radar Omega. Yeah, I mean it still has use and function. But as soon as Weatherwise releases their model thing, which is going to be much more in depth and thought out than Radar Omega, I've already talked to them about it. I can't like leak what they're going to do, but you know the models are going to be way better. Um, and yeah, I just can't wait for the city thing too. I can tell you guys one thing I did suggest to them that they said was a cool idea. Was like being able to click on cities and get like information about it, like maybe some history or something, population, all that stuff. Maybe even pronunciation inside the city themselves. Like if you like hover over the city, it like highlights. Maybe if you double click on it, you get that information. Let's see here. Good kinematics, not the baddest thermodynamics, but still, eh. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's not going to be like a high caliber day by any means today. It's just going to be on and off severe weather with on and off tornado threats. It's not going to be like I really doubt we'll have more than 5 tornado warnings today at one time. Still seeing a couple areas here of rotation in and along this leading edge here just to the west of Bowden and Mount Zion, and Bremen, Roanoke, Alabama. None of them have consolidated into anything dangerous yet, but I'm still keeping an eye on it. Also got a line of storms moving through kind of southeastern Tennessee here, heading towards like Talco Plains. Columbus, Georgia, get hit bad. I mean, again, we're talking about non-severe weather right now for Columbus, but if any of these storms can get their act together before they get there, then you might get a severe storm. But as far as I can tell, there's really no areas of rotation yet with any of these storms. So best bet is you kind of miss out on the tornado threat, which is great. And you get mainly just like wind, rain, and thunder, but we're still watching it. You've been watching 5 minutes behind. Yeah, the best way to make sure, like, I would just make it especially when you're watching live weather coverage, it's super important that you're like, it looks like a storm's moving here. It's starting to rain a little bit on this camera. It's best to make sure that you're always checking the time. On the stream and comparing it to the time in real life. Because you never want to be behind. In fact, I should probably make it illegal to go behind. I can do that by pressing a button. The cameras. What the heck? A whole decade to load. This is what a lot of the storms are going to be like on the southern mode. Just kind of rainy, a little bit windy. that pole is kind of shaking a little bit because there's some gustier winds. Oh yeah, I saw that, Catkins. Somebody donated and like proposed to one of our mods. That was wild. Blondie's just that popular. That's how good of a mod she is. She just randomly gets proposals. Yeah, still a couple of kinks in the line. Still nothing like screaming tornado right now. Uh, just an area we got to watch. It's forcing us to watch it. About the best way to put it. Did she accept? No. Some, I mean, or maybe she did. I don't know. Blondie, did you accept the proposal? Are you getting married and we just didn't know about it? Yeah, they extended the severe watch into Georgia, parts of South Carolina, also in North Carolina as well. Near Pensacola. Let me see. Yeah, yeah. Not really. Not a whole lot of notching happening over here. We do need to move our camera, I think, a little bit closer to Pensacola. Try to get back out ahead of this. Pensacola, what if like here maybe? Come on, give us that Florida camera we all know and love. Usually the bridge cameras are really good in Florida. Yeah, facing west. This will be a good camera eventually. Oh, he's under a tornado warning? That's scary. Did he make it out all right? Well, I guess if he was posting about it, I guess he was fine, but dang. I know the feeling. I can relate. Glad he's all right. And they really don't get tornado warnings that much. I think he lives like somewhere here in Kentucky. That area of Kentucky typically doesn't get many tornado warnings. You got a picture of the funnel? Oh, wow. That's scary. Yeah, still some notches here, but still no rotations that are like dangerous yet. And still no severe thunderstorm warnings. Worst state besides like Oklahoma with weather? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's accurate. It can get, it just depends on the year. But yeah, it can get very active in northern Alabama. Oh, yeah. And they did extend this severe thunderstorm watch into Dothan, Panama City, Apalachicola, Thomasville, Moultrie, Tifton, and Albany. Some of us are here for the weather. Some of us, yes. You just go backwards when they see me. Unfortunately not. The last one that came close to me almost hit me. And it did not randomly go away. I think we're seeing a little bit of a shelf cloud on this camera here. I'm gonna bring it full screen. That's not full screen. There we go. A little bit of the base of the storm over there. This is in northern Georgia. Yeah, no problem, Jana. Jana. I'm warning the tornado. Radar Omega is better? No. Well, it depends on what you're using it for. I mean, if you like models, I guess. Again, having a search feature, yes. And having storm reports, yes. Radar Omega still beats weather-wise on that. But if you like radar that's like actually up to date and showing you all up to date information, which is like the number one priority for me, then weather-wise is better. It is Southsea. Yeah. And everybody, I saw, speaking of Ryan, I saw a post he made about his kid Echo, and I noticed that what Ryan is using weather-wise as well. I think Ryan's about to ditch. Radar Omega, if he hasn't already. Where am I located? I live in northern Alabama, like over in this region.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
And that's this one down here.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Weather might be wise. I don't know. Storms seem pretty dumb to me. They never do. Yeah, they're just dumb storms. Bullies. Dumb bully storms. Yeah, weather-wise is on mobile. And there is some areas of rotation still within this line. What did they teach you when you were a kid about bullies? To just ignore them, right? Tell on them. That's what we do. That's like my whole job. I tell on storms. I snitch on storms. They try to do something sneaky. We catch them in the act. I'm not a weatherman. I'm a storm snitcher. Ooh, the storm's trying to rotate. We beat them up. Yeah. We beat up the storms. Yeah, I'm the storm hall monitor. Facts. Snitches get slabbers? No. No. It's always just because storm threats are always like sometimes they're just bluffing, Sometimes the storms are just bluffing. Yeah, but you'll learn to read the radar and figure out when a storm's bluffing. I will say a storm has a good poker face. A little bit of a something happening down there. Really, really weak though. Nice little base of a cloud. Yeah, storms, yeah, they cap a lot, especially in like the southern plains. They're always capping. How does Radar Omega get behind with 18 minutes behind? Don't ask me. They've never made a public statement about it. They've never apologized for it. They've never fixed it. I don't know why that happens. I think the best way that I can deduce is that during the bigger events, everybody uses the app and their servers are just not ready for it, which is an easy, like, you got to understand, Radar Omega has a lot of money. They could fix it immediately if they wanted to. Just add more servers. But they never do. It's like they don't care. They don't understand. Like, Weatherwise, like I always I've talked to Weatherwise a couple of times, and sometimes like every now and then there will be like a small, like tiny hiccup in the radar data where it's like 30 seconds behind. And they're like, oh man, yeah, okay, well, we're working on a new server, completely new server, a backup server. We're gonna make sure we have 3 backups. We're gonna have a backup for the backup for the backup. Like, they're on it, man. It's like there's something back over there. This camera's a little bit iffy though. What is on the right side? That rain? Try to back this up a little bit. Man, this app is just running real slow today. Not sure that's. Oh, shoot! I know what it is. Dang it! I forgot to plug my Wi-Fi directly into my computer. Yeah, that is rain. This is just north of Panama City, so this is what you guys are going to be experiencing, probably in Panama City right now too. But it'll definitely be windier on this bridge than it will be over land, but because it's like over the water. Will this sucker get into Massachusetts? Yeah, eventually, yeah. You guys could get some damaging winds up there. Unlock, but you can't switch it to velocity. Just press Shift V. Shift V for velocity, Shift C for correlation coefficient, and Shift R for the reflectivity. Nothing too crazy. A little bit windy. I'll put that down below me. Oh, wrong scene. I think it's already below me, yeah. You like this WeatherWise app? Yeah, there's just more to come. Would I ever hire someone? I'm not saying Ryan Hall level, give him storm reports. What I really want, looks like the storm's coming through here too. What I really, really want is to find somebody that is a weather expert. Maybe a little bit more rotation near Bowden. That isn't, that has morals similar to me, that I can partner up with and do like 4-hour shifts. That's what I really want. That would be like the next thing I do, is to have somebody like actually doing shifts, watching radar, because then we could just go live all day. We could be live for easily 36, 48 hours. We could be live just 24/7. Technically, we wouldn't do that, but if the storms need it, we'd just be doing coverage all the time. Because 4 hours they're on, I could be napping. 4 hours, I'm on, they could be napping. And we can just go back and forth. Oh, got a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Smith Station. Golf ball sized hail. Smith Station and Mott's. That's going to be heading towards Glens and Highland Pines. Let me see if we got any cameras over there. Sounds like your dream job. Hey, I mean, if any of you guys have like, I mean, I'm going to put you through the ringer though. But if you think you could keep up, that's going into Columbus. That's very close to Columbus, just north of Columbus. We do have cameras on 185. Send me like a message on Twitter. You think you got what it takes? Instead of like, so you think you can dance, it'll be so you think you can read radar. We'll do like a competition. The best one will get a seat at the table. How do you do the thing on weather-wise? What thing? So you think you can weather. There you go. Are you friends with Max? No. I'm not friends with him. He's a little bit too extra for me. A little bit more rotation here, north and east of Ephesus. South of Carrollton. This is definitely a storm I'm going to keep watching here. That's getting close to trying to spit out a weak tornado there. Not quite there yet, but definitely worth watching that. Should we do a battle? We can all vote. I don't know how we would do a battle per se. Like maybe like on like a, maybe we could do like on like a 2% day. We can just have like 10 competing weathermen and we'll just have them all do like 15 to 30-minute shifts and then people can vote. I don't know. And then whoever wins gets to be on the stream and be my secondhand man. It'd just be a very public way of doing it. I don't know if I want to do it that way or if I want to do it just privately. Ooh, also a little spin up down here as well. That's getting pretty darn close. This is probably our stronger rotation here. Very tight little couplet there south of Brantley. It's very close to trying to produce a tornado there. They might throw a warning on that. This is in southern Alabama, north and west of Opp. And the wind seems to be getting a little bit stronger here. Look at this. Leading edge might not be too crazy, but maybe a little bit further inside, it gets a little bit more hectic. Yeah, it would be hard to find the right person, that's for sure. Another severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued over here near Carrollton, Whitesburg, Fairplay, and South Fulton. I would assume this has a tornado possible tag on it. Yeah, it does. This is our area of rotation right here near Carrollton that I'm keeping a close eye on. Keeping a close eye on it. Do I have any cameras near Carrollton? I think I do. Oh, we do have cameras near Carrollton. Hold on. Let me see exactly where I want to put it. Yeah, near like Ropeville. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. You have a camera near Ropeville. Atlanta, Carrollton, Ropeville. This is that southern edge of that area of rotation here. Oh, wow. Actually, some pretty decent winds in this storm. I'm glad they threw a warning on this. And those traffic signals shaking around. You see that rain moving across the road there, giving us an indication of how strong this storm is. Yeah, Georgia has a decent camera network. We don't usually cover Georgia because Georgia's usually getting the storms at like 4 a.m. Wow, man, these are actually pretty strong winds. Look at the traffic cameras. Dang. I mean, not the traffic cameras, but the traffic lights. They're like going sideways. Like our latest radar scans on this. And there's Ropeville. Our camera's down here. Rotation is further to the north. Yeah, get that camera underneath me. But yeah, some pretty strong winds in this area, headed towards Whitesburg. Wow. Only 60-mile-per-hour winds for sure. Maybe some instances a little bit stronger than that. Does kind of look like a pole, doesn't it? Yeah, it's just like for some reason Georgia usually is just on like that. It's like just past like the time when people can like physically continue to be live, like after hours of being like 12 hours of being live. Like I'm getting to that point where I might be getting too old for over 12-hour streams. They definitely do a toll on me, and it's getting worse. The toll's getting harder and harder to deal with after a 12-hour stream, but I can still do the 12-hour streams, thankfully. But after it, I'm just like, man, I'm just so tired. It's crazy. I did a 24-hour stream before. I think like, oh, did our camera go down? I think like, let me see if it went down or what. What's this camera look like? Or look at this one. This one's South Carrollton. I think like if there was like something really bad going on late at night, like within the time frame before I go to sleep, it would have to be, but like I think I could still maybe push. Then that would ruin the chances of me going live the next day because then I'd just be absolutely exhausted. So it's a weird balance. It's really hard to plan for that kind of stuff. You're still watching this little rotation over here south of Dozer. It just does look like it's a little bit weaker on this latest scan. They did also extend this severe warning for 1-inch hail here into Georgia near Hamilton, Waverly Hall, Shiloh, and Pine Mountain. So they did downgrade that baseball-sized hail there. Yeah, but see if I can get another person, if I can get another person to do coverage with me, that wouldn't be an issue. So that's what I'm looking for. Just share the workload, especially on some of these bigger days. Like the smaller days, I can handle all by myself, but like the bigger days, another little couplet starting to form here south of Franklin. Keep an eye on that area. They might throw a severe thunderstorm warning on that. What causes a giant tornado like the Tuscaloosa one? Just a lot of wind shear. A lot of wind shear, more discrete mode, a little bit of an EML aloft, high lapse rates. All those come together. All of those come together and cause massive tornadoes. Those EF4s and above, they are just monsters. Thankfully, we're not talking about any of those today. My dream is to my goal, I think like my plan here is to like just wait until James Spann retires. Retires from his news. I don't think he'll ever retire though. He's already like 50 or 60 years old and he's still doing the news stuff. But hopefully he retires, but then still wants to do like YouTube. Maybe we can get him on here. That'd be my dream. Yeah, James Spann is the goot. So we just got continuation of this warning, still with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading towards Fairplay and Whitesburg here in Georgia. James Spann is like 76. Is he really? He does not look it at all. He is June 2023, he was 67 years old. And now he is so he's like 60, either 68 or 69. I think he's 69 years old. Right? No, he'd be 68. Almost, yeah, he's almost 69 years old. He's getting up there in age. He does not look that old. Still a little area of rotation down here near Franklin. Again, these rotations aren't like strong enough for me to like raise alarm bells yet, which is why we're probably not getting any warnings on these, but they are trying. They are trying, technically. Respect the polygon, right? I'm definitely going to be wearing suspenders for Halloween this year. It's going to happen if we have to do like a live stream or a video. Question is, how bad's the weather? How bad? Like, so he usually wears a jacket. He takes the jacket off when it gets bad, and there's the suspenders. But what happens when he takes the suspenders off? It's got a new, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here with this storm now for Newman and Peachtree City. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Wonder if my brother's watching me right now. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Forgot about that. I don't think the suspenders actually do that for him. I think he wears a belt. We want to check back down here in our southern mode real quick. Just seem like kind of generally across the board, this line of storms is starting to strengthen a little bit. Probably getting into some better instability. Hey, thank you, snipers, for subscribing. James Spann is like the local meteorologist here in the central Alabama area. He was the first one to ever really do like really long coverages and think maybe not. Probably not, actually. Latest scan out here, still showing a couple areas of rotation within a couple of these lines. Again, still not at that level of where I am concerned for an immediate tornado threat, but I'd certainly, be ready to just have in the back of your mind that a tornado warning is not impossible with this storm up here. Further down to the south near Columbus, not really seeing much. So like Hamilton, Waverly Hall, I would be paying attention and being indoors for sure. But okay, looks like our storm's getting into Carroll or southeast Carrollton now. See what it's like. This is what's coming towards South Fulton and probably eventually southern Atlanta. But that's going to be later. That's going to be later. I'll check back up there, see if we have initiation. Yeah, we don't even have initiation up there near Pennsylvania, but eventually we will, according to the models. Will Atlanta get a severe storm? Probably, yeah. You guys are down the line of this thing. This northern one near Carrollton. So, like, most of Atlanta might be in a severe thunderstorm warning here in a little bit. Really hoping this rotation starts to dissipate. This one further down to the south is starting to look a little bit weaker there. Still got some broad circulation here near Whitesburg. It's mainly just a surge of wind right now, but whenever you get a surge of wind, always going to watch that northern side. If we see any reds start to pick up here, that's going to be either some reds, or if we get like some brighter or darker blues like here with some reds on the top, or even just like this color, if they're like really close to each other, then that could be an indication that we're about to get a quick spin up. But as of right now, it's still a little bit on the broad side, but also maybe a little bit of a couplet trying to form with this storm now near Waverly Hall. As of our latest scans. A bit more of a zoomed out view here. Pensacola, yeah. So Pensacola is, for the most part, is done for the day, actually. Like a tornado threat to 0% now. Next in line down here is going to be like Fort Walton Beach, Santa Rosa Beach, Freeport, Defuniak Springs, and Crestview. I do want to see if we can get out ahead of this storm again. Where would I go? Hold on. Where would I go with it? Near Crestview. Like here? Ooh. Look at that. There's a little shelf cloud. This is just to the west of Crestview. Let me see if we can get just a little bit further back from that, maybe. Like a whole view of the shelf cloud. That's our only one. Oh, wow. Look at this thing. There's a little, what appears to be a little mesocyclone back in there. It's this storm over here near Milton. There's a little something. Tiny bit of rotation back in there. It's not super concerning, but you can see it pretty clearly here. Just a little circulation in there. I think Elisa for the 5. Are shelf clouds or wall clouds more serious? It really just depends. I mean, shelf clouds can, if you've got like a derecho and you see a shelf cloud, that's a serious situation. If you got a wall cloud and you see a funnel, that's a serious situation. It really just depends on how much rotation or wind is around that. You can definitely tell there's rotation here. What is that? Little thing dangling down there. I don't see much motion with it though, so I don't think that's a funnel. You can definitely tell there's a little bit of rotation in this area here. Keep an eye on that. Oops, wrong scene. Put that below me for now. Stayed over here near Atlanta and Peachtree City. A little couplet forming here near Grantville, Noonan. Broad circulation still up here near Fair Play. Still watching these areas. Still a little bit on the weaker side, but I still want folks to continue to be indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with both of these things. Do want to back this camera up a little bit. That's Carrollton. That's 20 there. Maybe to like here. What does this look like? We get a view of the sky from any of these cameras, maybe. Near like the Atlanta area. Noonan. Kind of see something back in there, but it's all fuzzy. Okay, I'll look for cameras while we have the radar up. Or that one. Yeah, we definitely got the cameras are turning into storm chasers already here in Florida. We just got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning here. Or not an extension, but an update. They dropped the hail a little bit. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, though, with that. Check back down with this one, too. Yeah, that one. Let's check from this radar. And just mainly some stronger winds there south of Hamilton. All right. So if I wanted a camera, yeah, Noonan. There's actually some over here, some cameras in Peachtree City too. Why can't I? I got to do this. Okay, it's frozen. It's fun. All right, I'm looking for cameras in the background here for these Georgia storms. Yeah, a lot of the cameras in Peachtree City are not working. I want to see if I can get a view of the sky, and all the other cameras are just pointed towards the ground. Like Noonan might be our best bet. A little bit of a sky view there. This is out of Noonan, and I think we're looking towards the storm itself. Not quite in Noonan yet. It just depends on if those clouds are moving away from us or towards us. It's kind of hard to tell. It's pretty cloudy out here. Latest scans, still some stronger winds in these storms, and still a little bit of a couplet down here, but still not really to that point to where it's probably going to produce a tornado. You want to check back down here to the south? Yeah, still a little bit of something there near Elba. Still not anything overly serious over here near Crestview. Still a storm approaching the Crestview area. I think they can, but like if they ask me, they don't have to look at the map, right? So it's just like A cheat code, I guess. Like, yeah, they could look at the map and try to pull up their Google map and find their location on it, or they could just ask me and make me do it instead. I think that's how that works. I'm trying to find another camera here in Florida. Maybe like west of Crestview or east of Crestview. All these cameras are like facing to the ground. None of them are looking at the sky. What's this one facing? This one's facing west. We might eventually see something with that camera there. Air just got super heavy here in southeast Georgia. Yeah, that's that instability building in. Still no changes. Oh my goodness. It's like a lot of areas in that severe thunderstorm warning. My goodness. Any concerns? Not right now, but we're watching. We should get some convective initiation up here eventually, according to some of our models. And that will bring a damaging wind threat more to like eastern Pennsylvania and like Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York City, and Connecticut. But those storms have not got started yet, as you can see. That's going to be later on tonight. And keeps coming in and out. Yeah. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a clearing in Virginia and Philadelphia, so the instability should be slowly building in. But the forcing hasn't quite got there yet. For Charlotte's going to be probably around like it's like 5 to 6. And you have a tornado icon. The tornado icons are for members. I hope not. Okay. Yeah. It was an interesting stream though. Last time we had to talk about your area. Yeah, a couple areas here of some stronger winds. It does seem like this storm is like trying to do a QLCS tornado threat here, but it's not being successful yet. Certainly worth keeping our eye on. Usually when we have a lot of these little strands here of some stronger winds, we got to watch the northern portions of all these little blue areas. The QLCS tornado threat is trying to develop for this storm here near Noonan. We're keeping a close eye on that area for sure, I think. Let's go check back in on our Noonan cam. Make sure we're current. It seemed like the storm's getting closer. Is it not in Noonan yet? Yeah, it's just about to push into Noonan. Not quite there yet. Well, Mitch West. Yeah, I've heard of him. Hey, thank you, Shalaxy, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry fam. Welcome, welcome. You're in Connecticut. Are we getting this later? Not this down here, but you will be getting some severe weather, potentially a lot later. South Carolina, yeah, that'll be later too. But damaging wind threat, QLCS tornado threat, all that's going to be possible going into South Carolina. You have to drive through these stores when they hit Panama City. Be careful. So far, they're not too crazy, though. The latest scans out here still somewhere to monitor here. We got a little bit of a couplet trying to form in Noonan. Let me put that underneath me. Wow. And we can actually see the base of this storm now. There's your shelf cloud. Moving into Noonan, Georgia. Things might get a little bit dicey up here. This is kind of that area where we're watching for that brief spin up threat. We're also watching out for some damaging winds. Athens, Georgia. Yeah. Be ready. Be ready for anything. We shall see what this storm is capable of. It is approaching. You can see the base of the cloud here. Bring up our radar here. Here's Noonan. Our camera's like right back in here. There's that little area of rotation too. It's kind of on the weak side for sure, but definitely something to keep an eye on as that pushes off towards the east. There's areas like Oak Ridge and Longstreet. There's that rain coming in. Like they extended this severe thunderstorm warning now for Atlanta and East Point, also Riverdale and Jonesboro. Guys going to be indoors and away from windows. We're still monitoring this area of circulation, but it's still pretty broad here near South Fulton. Really want to see how strong these winds are right now. Yes, Kelly, that is definitely, you are definitely right. Definitely want to avoid that individual. Thank you, Edward, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. Tomorrow's still looking pretty bad for Oklahoma and Arkansas. Yeah, it's looking interesting out there. All right, here comes the rain. It looks interesting, but there's still it's more conditional, I would say. The wind shear is going to be there, but the question is, will storms fire and mature? If they don't mature, then they're not going to be that big of a deal. But if they do, we could have even a strong tornado threat there for like Oklahoma, maybe making it into Arkansas. Maybe more like Western Arkansas. The storm's hitting. Kind of getting hard to see. A little area of rotation here, just to the east of Noonan. Keeping an eye on that. Again, not very strong rotation, but again, these little lines, if they do start spitting out QLCS tornadoes, they can spit out quite a bit, but we're not quite there yet. Still something definitely to keep an eye on. Oh wow, and some stronger winds are now pulling into our camera here. See that tree's moving a lot more.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They did throw a tornado warning on this. We now have a tornado warning here for Peachtree City, Tyrone, Fayetteville. You guys need to be in your safe spots. And that's Peachtree City, Tyrone, and Fayetteville. We have a tornado warning here in Georgia. And again, that's for that area of rotation we've been talking about. Looks like they just decided to throw a warning on it just in case. And yeah, still a little bit of a couplet there. Gotta watch out for. We're watching out for when we switch to this mode is a little bit of a blue dot or a yellow to green dot showing up right under this velocity couplet. Let me move our camera a little bit. Just a tad here. Actually, I'll do it in the background. Let me do that. This one. Not gonna really be able to get a good sky view, but we can get a great ground view here in Peachtree City. Yeah, all we have are ground views. If anything comes through here, might be able to see something. I don't know. These cameras will load. It looks like that rotation further up to the north near Atlanta is a little bit weaker. Noticing a little bit of a couplet here north and east of Douglasville. That's going to be pushing off towards the east towards Mableton. A little something popping up here. If that's where that velocity couplet ends up, that might be a brief tornado that's on the ground here north and west of Olympia Park subdivision. It's kind of a weak signal, though. We'll see where those velocities end up. If these little area of some darker green and lighter blue, if that goes into this circle here, then that might be potentially a tornado starting there near Creekwood 34 and north and west of Olympia Park subdivision. Yeah, there's that little couplet. There is a little bit of a couplet right there. That could be like a really weak or brief tornado, but it's like it's a very faint signal. So I can't say for 100% sure. But that might just be a little tornado there. And again, if you live in Peachtree City, Tyrone, Fayetteville, and Jonesboro, you guys need to be in your safe spots here. Again, we've got an area of circulation that we are closely monitoring here, just to the west of Peachtree City, right here in this area. From Dadeville. Thank you, Barnyard. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $2. YouTube keeps freezing. You guys, anybody else having problems with YouTube freezing? Just checking. Make sure. YouTube is good. All right, just making sure. Just making sure. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet over here, south and west of Mableton. It went away on the latest scan. It could be a tornado in near 34 here, heading into Creekwood. Not really much of a velocity couplet there, but it's our closest camera to there. It's just down the way. Could be that or hail. There's something popping up here, but it's not really associated with the velocity couplet, but we're very close. The radar. Yeah, that could also be just correlation, or that could be just like a building that's like in that area. You can see how that shows up there, no matter what. All right, latest scan. The leading segment of this line is about to come into the Peachtree area. Again, unfortunately, Peachtree is very close to this radar that's nearby it, so we're going to kind of lose a good look on this storm as it comes close to that area. So you guys just need to be in your safe spots as this approaches. Again, this could be producing some QLCS tornadoes along its leading edge. You definitely don't want to try to look for it because you won't be able to see anything. Not be able to see anything. It'll be wrapped in rain most likely. So again, if you live in Peachtree City, Tyrone, Fayetteville, Jonesboro, just make sure that you are in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. And you guys want to be going there immediately. Just get there and hang out there for a little bit as these storms come through. Camera that we have underneath me, this one is, I mean, it's not the best view. Make sure we're still going here. Yeah, I mean, that's live. This one is currently like right here, right near that leading edge of the storm. We are trying to intercept this couplet directly, and this is our closest camera. Unfortunately, it's not looking at the sky, so it's not as helpful. But I mean, if something big comes through here, we'll definitely see it. Oh, okay. No, I thought we lost the camera for a second. And we're keeping a close eye on this camera. It should show us at the very least how strong the winds are. You see, there's like another radar maybe further away. Yeah, this radar is still showing some circulation. It's a little bit on the weaker side than what it was. If I play this in motion, you can see that was a little bit stronger earlier. And it's still definitely got some rotation though. I would still be in your safe spots, but just hoping that that doesn't produce. That camera is a slideshow. Let me change that to a less slideshowy camera. Thank you, the Barnyard, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As this storm continues to push off to the east, and it's probably going to be in Peachtree like right now. And then Tyrone is going to be very soon. Fayetteville will probably be within the next 2 to 5 minutes there. And then Jonesboro. Folks that can come out of their safe spots, though, are areas like Oak Ridge, Longstreet, Creekwood, Canongate Acres, White Oak, and Raymond. We're still waiting on that latest radar scan to come in. From our terminal radar, it does seem like that leading edge is going through Peachtree City right now. Longboat, Townsend Village, Shake Rag, Stevens Forest, Sawmill Trace, the Acres, and Timberley. Timberley is going to be next in line for this storm. Yes, the severe thunderstorm warning is north of Columbus. And Columbus is past the tornado threat, by the way. I do want to check back into the south here just to make sure we're not getting anything sneaky happen down here. Yeah, quarter-sized hail, 60 miles per hour for Harris, Lamar, Merriweather there in Georgia. Yeah, nothing down there yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they are extending this tornado warning now into Riverdale, Morrow, Stockbridge, McDonald, and parts of Hampton as well. Fortunately, well, actually, we'll just use this radar. It's fine. right in here. There's that circulation just to the north of Peachtree, and then there's another one to the north of that, heading into Tyrone. Further up to the north, still keeping an eye on those areas, but these are probably our most active portions of this line at the moment. All right, looks like our storm is starting to come through here a little bit. Hopefully we can get some view how strong these winds are, but it looks like there's a lot of rain droplets moving over this camera. We might have to move it again. Hard to see there. This camera not available. Okay. We'll just keep it on this one for now. This camera is in the Peachtree City area. Latest scan looks like that rotation is now east of Peachtree City. Northern one's near Tyrone. They are both heading off to the north and east. This one's going to be heading towards near Cottonwood and Jonesboro. And then this one to the south is going to be heading directly towards Fayetteville. So if you guys live in those areas, I would be in your safe spots. We are dealing with the QLCS tornado threat here, which means that these storms can potentially produce tornadoes, and we won't see them on radar. So if you're in this tornado warning, I would just stay in your safe spot until the line is past you. I'll tell you when you can come out of your safe spots. Like for instance, if you live in like this area of Peachtree City, you guys can come out of your safe spots. Country Downs as well. And it looks like the rotation is past Tyrone. Tyrone could come out of their safe spots as well. You see, it's actually pretty windy here in the Peachtree City area. Camera is starting to shake. Check to see if we can see what this storm is doing. This radar, not yet. Still gonna have to use this one for now. This is a terminal radar. They're usually located near like airports and stuff. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Yeah, it just kind of looks like more of damaging winds now. Not really seeing a definite couplet. There is a little something trying to form over here near the woods, though, a little bit further up to the north. See that rain's trying to wrap around that area. I really want to get a good look on this radar because that other radar seems kind of blocky. It's not necessarily, these radars really don't have as large of a range. And so it gets a little bit lower resolution, a little bit quicker. Uh-oh, that went down. But yeah, the areas of rotation right now are located near Bridger Point, Smith's Crossroads as well. Also over here, just to the east of Briar Hill, moving towards Ashley Park, Ginger Hill, Ledgewood, Brookcliff, and Coventry Estates next. And then it's going to be Harp, Marion, Mitchell Estates, Fayetteville, Cottonwood. They're going to be next in line after that, probably within the next couple of minutes. And then also up here near Atlanta. Let me get my chat fixed here. Also a penny-sized hail heading towards Bolts Clayton, Georgia. Sorry. The chat went down. Fix that. There we go. down to a 2% risk. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, just be weather aware. I think your main risk, tabletop geek, is going to be those damaging winds. Small tornado threat with some damaging winds. All right, do we have this radar yet? Man, this radar hasn't. It's only been 3 minutes, I guess. Like from this radar, I can see some rotation potentially in these areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued further down to the south now. Oh, yeah, we're starting to get little couplets down here near Enterprise and New Brockton now. This is in southern Alabama, heading towards Daleville, Newton, and Ozark, and Enterprise. If you guys live in this area, I would be in your safe spots. A little bit of a QLCS tornado threat is trying to develop down here, and there might have actually been something here. Like maybe a brief tornado ongoing near Willow Bend, near Enterprise. So just be in your safe spots out there. The QLCS threat is picking up for that line as well. And I do just want to take another moment and I'll look down here as well. Yeah, not looking too crazy near the Destin, Florida area. Santa Rosa Beach is going to be next in line for that storm. Southern Columbus near Coushatta and Buena Vista are also in a severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then now we'll come back up to here near Atlanta. It looks like the damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour is about to pull up into the Atlanta area now. I'm noticing a little something interesting over here near Rockdale. Not particularly strong yet, but keeping an eye on that. And also maybe a little bit of a couplet forming here south of Union City, heading towards Deerwood. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, with this portion of the line, there are definitely some stronger components here of our winds heading close to Marion, also Fayetteville. And there could definitely still be a QLCS, like a brief, but QLCS threat nonetheless there. That might actually be something there near Coventry Estates. Maybe a small, quick tornado is happening here near Coventry Estates, right near Red Wine Road. Little something there. That might be something. It could just be wind damage, but again, you know, these QLCS tornadoes are just so small and they happen so fast. Let me see if I can find any cameras further down the line here. Yeah, we do have cameras in Fayetteville, which is next in line here for this storm. On the best camera. They're all a little bit blurry. This one is our best bet here. You see, this camera is pretty much right here in Fayetteville, and it looks like Smith's Crossroads, Timber Ridge. You guys can come out of your safe spots, but McIntosh Village should still be in their safe spots. Brook Cliff. Next in line is going to be Ashley or Cottonwood, Fayetteville, Harp, Tunis Trace, and Kenwood and Helmer. And then after that, Jonesboro. Still waiting on our latest velocity data to come in. What happened to this camera? Did we lose it already? Might have already lost a camera here. All these cameras are so blurry for some reason. Yeah. Looks like we might be getting power outages down in here. We are starting to lose cameras. Yeah, that's 2 cameras down there in Fayetteville. 3 cameras. So yeah, likelihood that we lost some power over here near the Fayetteville area. Go up a little bit north towards like Riverdale if I can. We do have a little bit of a couplet here, south and east of Ponderosa. Not yet warned, but I'm still keeping a close eye on that couplet. It could get warned here in a little bit if it tightens up a little bit. Oh, man. Yeah, latest scan here. Potentially 1, 2, 3 couplets still in this storm right now. All could have that potential there of producing a brief spin up. And that's heading towards Willington Manor and Club Lake next, and then 1941 in Irondale and Mundy's Hill. Back over here and check in on this tornado warning in Alabama. Now, latest scan, still a little bit of a couplet here, pushing off to the east. The northern one is a little bit weaker, but I still want Newton and Ozark here in Alabama to continue to be in their safe spots. See if I can find a camera near Riverdale. Just west of Riverdale. That one's down. There's a nice camera view here. We'll keep this one up. This one's just west or east of Riverdale, over here near Morrow. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come in here. If you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here is south of Atlanta. And what we're really watching here is something called a QLCS tornado threat. Essentially, what that means is that we could have very fast, little, and brief, but still impactful tornadoes form on the leading edge of this gust front here. And wherever we see these little yellow and dark red areas next to each other, those are our most dangerous couplets. Further up to the north, we're not really seeing too much, except for over here west of Riverdale. We have a little bit of a couplet. These couplets are what we're looking for these ones are green and red. Okay, that latest scan, it looks like it dissipated there. But we still have multiple areas here that we need to be watching and continuing to be in our safe spots for. Over there near Lovejoy, Jonesboro. And we could very well get an extension of this tornado warning. Over here near Riverdale, maybe a little bit of a couplet there as well. No debris signature on that. And, that might be a tornado on the ground here just to the south and east of Fayetteville. But Fayetteville, Cottonwood, Mitchell, Estates, Harp, all can come out of their safe spots. Same with Tunis Trace. And then after that is going to be Mundy's Mill, Irondale, Jonesboro, Glenwood, and Sussex Manor. New severe thunderstorm warning. Ooh, I missed that one. Hold on, let me get that one up. New severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Geneva, Houston Bay, Jackson, and Washington, Florida. And that's the latest there. We're still waiting on that latest scan to come in, but Jonesboro should be in shelter. Should get a pretty good understanding of what these winds are going to be like with this camera here. It's just to the east of Riverdale. This should be in one of the 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings, so we'll see if we're actually got those winds or not. A lot of traffic out there. Jeez Louise. Way too many people out. Let's go back down here and check in on our tornado warning here in Alabama. Yeah, this couplet's getting a little bit stronger over here to the east of Enterprise. Still keeping a close eye on this area for a brief tornado threat. Here coming close to Newton and Ozark. Definitely like near Newton and 231 here, just to the north and west of Dothan, Alabama. Should be paying close attention to this storm. That couplet is still trying to do something there. Not seeing anything further down to the south that's overly concerning. Over here near Columbus, we'll check back over here to see if we see anything. No, just still those severe thunderstorm warnings heading towards Thomaston and Buena Vista with those 60-mile-per-hour winds being possible. And that right there could have very well been one of those brief QLCS tornadoes there east of Tunis Trace. Wow, did they really let that tornado warning expire? Actually, a little bit surprising. It's a little early for that, in my opinion. We still have these areas here we have to watch. Maybe they're about to reissue another one. All right, leading edge of the line is now over here near Jonesboro and Hampton. Looks like areas like Woolsey Woods, Woolsey, Tunis Trace, Mundy's Mill. Like, I guess everybody can come out of their safe spots, but I certainly wouldn't let your guard down. We still have a tornado threat here near Jonesboro and Stockbridge. Kind of in this area. We definitely still have a threat here for those brief and weaker tornadoes here. We still got these little couplets here near Jonesboro. Also another one up there near Riverdale that we're keeping an eye on. I think the line of storms is also continuing to push through Atlanta. Not seeing any dangerous rotations up there, but definitely a little bit of a wind event and a rain event with some lightning happening up there. But continue to be indoors and away from windows. Let's come back down here and check in on our latest scan for this guy. Still not seeing a debris signature associated with this storm yet, but still a decent little area of rotation heading towards Newton, Alabama. Velocity color table do I use? I don't remember. I know the file name. File name shows up on this, but I don't know the exact one. Oh, wow. Look at this. Almost blinding rain coming into just west of, or just east of Riverdale. Camera is shaking a little bit as well, indicating some stronger winds within these storms. This is kind of in the Atlanta region. See if we can get a little bit out ahead of this. A little bit more closer to the Atlanta area. A little bit further east than that. This would be a good camera. Gonna try to stay out ahead of this storm. Yeah, latest scan. I mean, there's still couplets here. Not seeing any debris signatures, but again, these tornadoes can happen very quickly. I've seen this happen before. Sometimes, we catch like 2 or 3 tornadoes with these QLCS spin up threats, then they actually put down like 10, right? So if you guys live in this area, like near Stockbridge and McDonald, I'd still consider being in your safe spots, even though there's not a tornado warning. These are still little areas of rotation that can spit out those brief tornadoes still. So I still want folks to be, especially on this northern portion of this line, to still be very, very aware of their surroundings. And if you want to, no one's going to get mad at you for getting in your safe spots. I do want to check back up here and just see if we're having any initiation up here yet. Okay, we're still not seeing any convective initiation on our northern mode yet. Back down to our tornado warning over here in Alabama. Still not seeing a debris ball, but there still is a little bit of rotation heading towards Newton. near Columbus, Georgia. Still a line of 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Buena Vista and Thomaston and Zebulon. And then over here near Peachtree City, even if you're not near this QLCS tornado threat, it's still 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible for Locust Grove further to the south and Jackson. Getting a little bit interesting here on this camera as the storm comes through. A little bit more wind and rain coming through. The rain or the wind is moving a little bit on the road, but not sure if we're at severe level with these. This is just to the east of Atlanta. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe the winds are stronger and maybe more of the core of the band. I might try to go northeast Atlanta. There seems to be a strengthening part of the line there. Like somewhere. There's so many roads here. Which one would be which? Like over here, I think. Wouldn't be a bad spot. Yeah, a little bit more windy up here. That is over there in like the northeastern portion of Atlanta. You see, definitely getting a little bit of an increase here in some of our reflectivity up here. Still, winds not really severe though, as far as I can tell. Definitely under severe levels. All right, latest scan here. Still have an area here of a couplet south of Stockbridge. One further up near Stockbridge appears to have weakened a little bit. We kind of only have one little couplet now that I'm keeping my eye on here. Let's come back down here to Alabama. Yeah, it looks like this couplet is also weakening. Penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Bolts, Clayton, and Henry. A little bit of an update there on your guys' warning. I'm a little bit further down to the south. Still looking okay down there. Move these cameras a little bit further to the east. Gonna try to keep up with the storm, I guess. I mean, I don't think we have any like that many south of Atlanta. Near Stockbridge. I mean, there is a camera near Stockbridge. I think the worst is past Stockbridge, though. No, it's pretty much right next to Stockbridge. So we do have a couple of cameras near Stockbridge to monitor one of these circulations. Let me see if there's one like south of Stockbridge. Like McDonald. Out. A lot of these cameras are going out here. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a connectivity issue. We'll sit here and see what these winds are like. Oh, this is a great camera. Pretty high definition. That's over there just to the east of Stockbridge on that portion of the line. It does seem like they're extending some of these warnings as like special weather statements, which makes sense. We were watching that on the still decent couplet here south of Stockbridge though. We were watching on the cameras and they're not the winds aren't that strong. Oh man, I think this camera's a slideshow, unfortunately. Ah, that loads. Yeah. I see 1, 2, 3 little areas we got to keep an eye on. Maybe some cameras near Hudson's Bridge or Jonesboro Road for that Stockbridge and McDonald Storm. Okay, thank you, dear Kenzie. Yeah, we might move them out a little bit further to the east near Covington. A lot of our cameras though are like slideshow, like they're not like loading all the way through. I'm not sure if that's like a issue with my computer. Um, if anybody can like double check some of these cameras and see if they're slideshows for you, that would be helpful. I think we're struggling with connectivity issues in this area. That's my theory for now. Yeah, latest scan, still some stronger winds here near Stockbridge. Still a little bit of a couplet. We haven't really seen any CC drops though, which is good. Still have to monitor these areas. Looks like most of Atlanta is now good to go for the rest of the day here. Next in line is going to be some places like Radins, Schnellville, Lawrenceville, and Gainesville. There in parts of Georgia. Nothing really else sticking down further near Columbus. Let's go check back here with our storm near Newton. Yeah, this storm's still trying. Still a little bit of a couplet there, heading towards 231. Back all the way down here to the south. So this storm is still somewhat cooperating. There is a tornado, or not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning here for Graceville, Chipley. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And also Panama City Beach is in that as well. See if I can get a camera over to the west of Defuniak. Hey, thank you, Ryan, Sierra, and Ann for subscribing. Thank you so much. Latest scan just came in here. Looks like Hampton, Sunnyside, Griffin, Lovejoy, and Jonesboro are good to go here. But Stockbridge and McDonald still need to be in their are indoors and away from windows. It's not me because the Florida cameras are working fine. A camera all the way out here. Yeah, this one's actually a good camera. In Athens and Watkinsville, you can feel it coming. Yeah. The good news is that like besides like these little brief areas of spin ups, like the severe weather threat is kind of on the lower end. You know, with those 60-mile-per-hour winds, like usually those don't really do too much. But our main threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Well, it looks like they did decide to put back on this tornado warning on this storm we've been watching. There's that couplet still. It's gonna be for Conyers, Covington. You guys should be in your safe spots here. One of our cameras is actually near there. Yeah, our camera's south of
A new
Conyers.
tornado warning has been issued.
They also just extended this tornado warning down here for Newton, Headland, and Newville. If you live in Newton, Headland, and Newville, you guys need to be going into your safe spots. We still have a little bit of a couplet here. They might extend it a little bit further to the south because now there's a secondary couplet trying to form south of Newton. Yeah, we still have areas of rotation associated with this storm, so certainly worth respecting the polygon and being in your safe spots there for sure. This one spotted on the ground. Who spotted it on the ground? None of these are confirmed yet. Did you be in VC? I mean, you can be if you want. It would be helpful. I just don't know if my computer can handle it without falling apart on me, but we can try. Yeah, latest scan out of here. Still a couplet here, south and east of Stockbridge, heading up towards Porterdale and Conyers. Oxford and Covington should continue to be seeking shelter. If you don't want to mess around with the storm again, we've been watching this little line of the storm, these little couplets, and they can definitely cause these little brief tornadoes. So you don't want to be, second guessing yourself. You just want to go ahead, just get in that safe spot and just stay there. It's just a little bit of time. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan up here. Let's go check back down here in Alabama. Latest scan has come in with this. Yeah, still some dicey rotations here. We're going to be getting pretty close to this radar site. Going to get it a little bit harder to figure out what these storms are doing. Right here near Newton and Pincard. We do still have rotations nearby, you guys. Back up to Georgia. You've been in Conyers many times. If you know anybody there, make sure you're letting them know they need to be getting into their safe spots. There's a water spout northeast of Santa Rosa. Southeast? Yeah. The lake here. Might be some sort of water spout activity. It's not really that strong of rotation, though. I don't know about that one. On the latest scan there in Alabama yet. We'll just come back up here south of Atlanta. Keep an eye on this one. Okay, we did get our latest scan on this storm. Yeah, still multiple little couplets here. We got 3 now. We got to keep our eye on as that moves towards Conyers and Porterdale. Approaching 138 and 212. Here in VC now. Yeah, I would just focus on Georgia right now with our views of the storm. Here. And that one's a slideshow. I gotta find the ones that aren't like hiccupy like that. We got someone helping us with our traffic cameras. Get them set up here. Yeah. Where is this one? Tornado Explorer. Thank you, Bucky, for the 5. Yeah, I remember. That's where we met. It was when that tornado came close to you. I remember that. Glad it didn't hit you. Let me tell you that, because you're a good dude. Sure, that was pretty scary. In Covington. Okay, so we got a camera here near Covington and another one here near Conyers. This one over here is in Conyers, and then this one is in Covington. We'll be watching both of these cameras as the storm comes through. That's 2 cameras here in the tornado warning. Let's go check on our latest scans. It looks like our rotations are struggling a little bit. That's good. There's still a couple of gusty winds in there, so we still got to watch the northern portions of those, but they're not as strong as they were. Still want Covington, Oxford, and Conyers to continue to be seeking shelter here, though. You can check back down in our Alabama warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning issued for Dale, Geneva there in Alabama. There's still a little bit of a couplet here near Sylvan Grove. It actually might be on the ground. Might have just a brief tornado on the ground here, just to the south and west of Sylvan Grove. You live in Headland and Newville here in Alabama, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. These guys are looking pretty angry where you live. Where do you live, Cat? Had some close calls in Nashville last night. Yeah. And the storms were pretty active last night after I went to sleep. A little bit more than what was expected, that was for sure. But that's kind of how these severe thunderstorm or these severe thunderstorm outbreaks are. Man, potentially some stronger winds here near Milner, pushing into Flovilla. Watch out there. Probably one of the stronger portions of our line here. Yeah, almost like 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. And that's pretty close to the surface too. This is warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Only for like a minute or two. Yeah. Yeah, that's how today's going to be too. You know, we're going to get a couple of tornadoes with some of these storms, and they're going to be down for like very brief moments. Wow, they did allow this tornado warning to expire, which I don't necessarily disagree with this time, as our couplets are a little bit weaker up there than they were earlier. Further down here, we are still watching. Yeah, that's a tornado most likely on the ground here, south and west of Sylvan Grove in Alabama. Right there. There's your debris signature, velocity couplet, all kind of lines up there. So again, if you live near Sylvan Grove and Headland, I'd be in your safe spots. That actively has a tornado on the ground there. Looking at some of our cameras. This is in Conyers, Georgia. This one over here is in Covington. This Conyers is going to get hit first, then Covington will probably be hit 5 minutes later. And these are the conditions inside of the line that just lost its tornado warning. Winds are picking up.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
They just upgraded this tornado warning here in Alabama to a confirmed tornado, which we knew. And that tornado is now moving very close to Sylvan Grove on our latest scan here. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado on the ground here in Alabama. There's our little velocity couplet right here. And there's our debris signature. Pretty much heading almost directly into Sylvan Grove. You have literally 0.2 seconds to get in your safe spots there if you haven't gotten there already. This is over here in the kind of southeast corner of Alabama. So waiting on our latest velocity scan. Come in. Okay, there's our latest velocity scan, a little bit broader than it was. Maybe still something showing up here on the correlation coefficient. That might have lifted by this point. Seems to have been a brief tornado, but still a strong enough couplet to watch out for here near Headland and South Gate. Let's come back up here to the north real quick. Check back in with this storm. Make sure we don't have any new couplets developing. No new couplets yet. These are the conditions near Covington right now. Nothing's there just quite yet, but it is going to be coming soon. And then this is in Conyers, Georgia, where we are seeing some of those winds move through the area. You can see that, I mean, there's definitely appears to be some decently strong winds here. Definitely around that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. Maybe a little bit of road flooding there, too. This is the current conditions up here. Eventually, Athens, Watkinsville, Madison, Eatonton, and Monticello will be all in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning here with 60 mile per hour winds possible. Yeah, latest scan. Not the latest velocities yet, but our area of rotation is now over here south of Blackwood, Sylvan Grove, Mount Enon, and Lewis can come out of their safe spots. Still waiting on that. Okay, there's our newest velocity scan. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet here. No debris signature, though. So our tornado has definitely lifted here in Alabama. This is pushing over towards Headland. So I would still continue to be sheltered in place with this storm. Still a storm worth respecting. Yeah, this was a confirmed tornado, but this has I think it's lifted by now. It was kind of another one of those brief tornadoes, just north of Dothan, Alabama. still watching it to see if it'll try to spit out another one, which is possible. So I would still be in your safe spots there in Newville and Headland. My camera near Walnut Grove now. If we can't stay ahead of that storm there in Georgia. You saw your step drive by on a traffic cam in Covington. That's funny. This is what it looks like in Covington, Georgia now. Rain is starting a little bit. Too windy yet. I think we're still right on the leading edge of this storm. Yeah, anywhere that's out in front of these storms, it's either just going to be rain and wind, a little bit of wind, or really the only corridor where we're having severe winds right now in Georgia is with this storm here going towards Blakely and Arlington and Cuthbert. The chat went down. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You definitely need to be indoors and away from windows with that. But again, 60-mile-per-hour winds are easily survivable. And then another area in Georgia where we're watching out for is near Eaton, Monticello, Madison, Walnut Grove, Monroe, Watkinsville, and Athens. So if you guys live in this area, just be indoors and away from windows. You'll be okay. We're still monitoring our QLCS threat out here. But it does seem like that is on the lower end right now. Okay, latest scan over here near Headland. Yeah. I think we can say for certain that this thing has lifted. So I'm going to change my title.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning has been issued to the south of this storm, now in Dothan. Oh, yeah. Little area of rotation is developing here near Dothan. I think I have traffic cams in Dothan. Could bring that up on my end. Actually, Tornado Explorer, can you do that? Because that's one that needs to be refreshed a bunch. Yeah, there are cameras in Dothan, Tornado Explorer. What it currently looks like in the Dothan area. Looks like Tornado Explorer is on it. Thank you for that. Thank you, Living Hope, for the $2. But yeah, this, this is about to produce a tornado. Tornado Explorer right here. Right here is where you want to be getting that camera, like right on this intersection. I think that there should be a camera right near that intersection. Yeah, there's one right on it. This is what it looks like right now. This storm is very close to producing a tornado. If it's not already near Brown Estates, Merriam Heights. And our camera that we're about to have is right in here. Okay, it looks like he's got that up. Put that underneath me. Oh, yeah. This is about to go right by this camera. Holy moly. It is right next to it, that rotation. No debris ball no debris ball just yet, but there's that area of tighter rotation here in Alabama that is very close to producing a tornado. Make sure you are in your safe spots here. Webb and cohorts are going to be next in line after this storm comes through. Let's go bring this big screen here. Make sure you're staying on top, hitting that resume button. Tornado Explorer. There you go. Oh, wow. Really strong winds. You got another camera just to the north of this up too. And we are very close to this potential tornado. Wow. Pretty strong winds there. It does look like that circulation is now north of this camera. There is still not a debris signature. This is what it looks like north of that camera as well. It's just north of there where that circulation is. Very strong winds over here as well. Again, this is in East Dothan, heading towards Smyrna, Alabama. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is close to producing. Now, I do not see a debris signature yet with this. I don't think this one's on the ground at this moment. You can see these winds are pretty strong here in our camera. Let me get my radar up here if I can. I can't. Oh, well. Camera is right underneath that circulation right now. Again, Smyrna is going to be next in line in Alabama. I didn't see a tornado there, but still some pretty powerful winds right underneath that circulation. Here's our latest radar view. There's that rotation. There's Smyrna. It'll probably be very close to you by now. Please continue to be in your safe spots there. Check further up to the north. Yeah, that rotation seems to be dying there. There's another rotation starting to develop south of this near Madrid as well, heading towards the Cottonwood area. That one might eventually get a warning on it too. And after this, after Dothan, we don't have any more cams in the path to this. %, hatched risk for tomorrow. Yeah, it's not overly surprising. Yeah, I would go back over there and maybe try to get out in front of those storms in Georgia then. Either that or try to find some views on these storms in Florida. Up to you. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning for Bolt, Clark, Green, Jasper, Georgia. The latest scan looks like that rotation is broadening out. Man, Dothan got lucky. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if like right over here near Normandale, that might have been a tornado on the ground. We might have had a brief tornado, but it never really showed up on radar too well. Yeah, but like right around there at 12:32. That's if it did produce a tornado, it would have been right around like near Normandale, near like South Park Ave. Oh, near Selma Street Elementary School. Would not be good. Hopefully it did not. I'll listen into the scanners there. An update over here in Georgia, by the way. Madison, Watkinsville still in the path of these storms. A little couplets are starting to form here. Very strong yet, but still looks like that QLCS threat might be trying to get back going there. I have to keep a closer eye on those storms again. Current camera is in Blakely, Georgia. Okay, thank you. New severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that's just kind of a update on the current ones that are already out there. It's going to happen in Maryland. Well, further up to the north, we're watching out for initiation. We still don't have much initiation yet. Once that gets started, a line of storms will probably form somewhere near here. Locust Grove, Georgia. I'm not sure. Yeah, there was like a little brief something. They're near Normandale, Brown Estates. Maybe a brief touchdown. Not the best signal, but it kind of looks like maybe something happened there. Let me get the scanners up. We'll listen into Dothan and see if we can get any damage reports. Oh, man. They don't have any live feeds in Dothan. And I determine when the Western Carolina fires are getting rain. They will get rain later on today. This rain is coming up towards you guys, so hopefully. But if it's over here near Asheville, it might not be enough. Hopefully those storms will strengthen, but kind of some light rain there right now. Now, latest scans with this storm looks like that rotation has weakened quite a bit. Still keeping an eye on this circulation near Cottonwood, Alabama. Still a little bit broad though at the moment. We even got another one down over here near Jacob Tree as well. Might have to keep an eye on there. And then another weaker circulation over here, and a prefrontal storm out over here. That might be that might have a strengthening inflow on it, but not a whole lot of rotation on that. Just lost power north of Panama City. Yeah, you guys are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning here. These storms are looking a little bit gnarly here too. These ones are certainly strengthening near the Panama City area. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag was just issued all the way up the line here for Mariana and Malone. Maybe even some water spouts might be potentially trying to happen over there near Panama City Beach. Keep an eye on those. If you live in a hotel or something near the water, you might want to look outside your window real quick and see if you do see any water spouts out there, because there's a likelihood there. Could very well be something spinning out there. The latest scan down here, still some broad circulation. We'll go check back up here, see what that see if that QLCS threat is getting any worse. Not yet. Not yet. Still be on alert there in Athens and Watkinsville and Eatonton, though. And by the way, Cuthbert and Blakely here in Georgia are going to be getting these 60-mile-per-hour winds here shortly. Just lost power in High Falls, Georgia. Okay. Tornado sirens are blaring. Okay, they might be blaring the tornado sirens for the severe thunderstorm warning, because there's no tornado warnings in unless it's like this High Falls, Georgia is like right in here. No. It allow that northern tornado warning to expire. Near Griffin. Okay, yeah, then that's just for the severe thunderstorm warning. Then, if you're hearing sirens, some areas do that, but I can tell you right now, there's no. Where's Griffin, anyways? Where's Griffin near? Does anybody know? I don't see Griffin in this severe thunderstorm warning. There's probably just a troll then. Southwest Georgia for the best tornado risk. Yeah, that's where we're watching. The shear's going to be stronger up here. But our instability is going to be focused further down south, about 30 miles south of Atlanta. Yeah, Griffin's good to go. Yeah, Locust Grove. Yeah, like there's no sirens going on in Locust Grove. I can tell you that right now. That guy was just a troll. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet trying over here near Cottonwood. I think the rotations further down to the south are broad. This storm is trying to develop some sort of rotation here near Grand Ridge. And this storm over here is getting a merger at the moment. Be interesting to see how that interacts with the line. They sound their sirens to alert players. Oh, yeah, that could be a thing. Not really like loud sirens, but or at least the ones near me. The Robert Trent golf course has there's like a really high pitched noise whenever there's like thunder or lightning. We just got an update on this. Still 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so they're just continuing that severe thunderstorm warning. Is Dothan okay? Yeah, Dothan's past the tornado risk, but I would check in. Like, if you have any friends near like Hartford Heights and Normandale, or any kids that have, or any like parents that have kids near Selma Street Elementary School, I would check in with them just in case. Maybe if you have friends near Brown Estates, there was like a faint signal through here when we had a velocity couplet that went through there. Might have caused some damage. By the way, though, Cowarts, Dothan, Webb, and Avon can all come out of their safe spots. The tornado potential is past you, and the only people that need to be in their safe spots right now is Columbia, Alabama. And I can tell you right now, there's really no areas of rotation that are specifically concerning me right now with that storm. Only concerning rotations in like Alabama and Florida are these guys near Cottonwood, south of Graceville, a little bit broader circulation though. And then I'm still watching this little dude out here. I feel like it might try to do something sneaky. Where's the fry sauce? I haven't made it yet. We'll need time. Man, I don't think we'll have any time. We're going to have to be live today, live tomorrow, live the day after that. I don't know how we're going to do it. It could be live the day after that and then the day after that. It's crazy. It is crazy because if you guys didn't know, just in case we have anybody over here from the Southern Plains, we do have now an enhanced risk over here near Kansas. Again, that's a conditional risk, but if we do get storms fire there, a strong tornado will be possible tomorrow. 5% risk extending all the way into Tulsa, Wichita Falls, Tahlequah, Joplin, Kansas City, Topeka, Bartlesville. And then the next day, still have that large enhanced risk possible across the central portion all the way up into the Ohio Valley. And then the day after that, is it over yet? No. Going into day 4, we have another slight risk out over here across the southeast, going into Texas and the Ohio Valley. But then after that, we don't have anything. So maybe I can take a day break there. We will see. Yeah, more severe weather coming to the Midwest. Yes, exactly. And is what we're seeing. And that will be dangerous. I think more dangerous than what we experienced last time around, unless a big failure mode comes in. It is going to be intense. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Give me about a minute. Be right back. Oh, April. April, April, April. April's looking crazy. Why, though? Why does Mother Nature hate us so much? Like, what do we do? I mean, I know we're releasing like tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but like, dang. Dang is all I got to say. Just a big old dang. Latest scans on our rotations to the south. Still some decent areas of rotation heading towards Greenwood and Malone. I hope my voice can last through all this madness. I really hope today just kind of dies out on us. That would be preferred. And I could rest my voice a little bit, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. We have 3,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram all the way out in front of this thing. Uncapped and ready to go. Strongest tornado threat, though, will be down in the southern portion of this. Still some relatively weak shear up there, but eventually that should increase. Seems like the strongest shear that these storms will be experiencing near the surface are going to be, 30 to 35 knots. So it's going to be kind of off and on all day today, I think. Couple of couplets trying to form over here near Shady Dale now, here in Georgia. Keeping an eye on those. Those might get tornado warned here soon. Thank you, Debbie, for the 5. Hello from Seattle. Hi. How's the weather up there? Cold and rainy? You don't even have to look at radar. You can just say that every day, and we have like a 50% chance of being right. Yes. It's in the Jonesboro area, yeah. Yeah, this tornado warning up here has been gone for a while. It's green and beautiful. Yeah, when you guys do get those little rays of sunshine, it is absolutely magnificent up there. Very beautiful area to live. Another like underrated area in the United States is like over here in like Montana. Wyoming's a beautiful state. Montana, Idaho, I think is like one of the most underrated states in America. Very, very beautiful area out here in Idaho. Also lots of potatoes for all those fry fans. They'll never run out. Never run out of fries in Idaho. Wyoming and Idaho are beautiful. Yes, very, very beautiful. It didn't have a way to look up cities. It does not. And that's I'm missing something. I have complained about it quite a bit. So it should come into the app shortly. I've been told that it's coming. Love to live in South Dakota. South Dakota's pretty beautiful. Okay, latest scan down here. Look like those rotations are struggling at the moment. This tornado warning it will probably be allowed to expire unless this rotation kind of does a last minute strengthening. Look at a severe warning over here near Georgia. Still some broader circulations here near Monticello, heading towards Eatonton, but I'm still trying to keep a close eye on that. Both radars are picking up on that. Griffin is good. Griffin is done for the day. Hey. Brother did, and my brother was watching. He lives over here, to draw a general circle, near the Atlanta area. And he was in one of those tornado warnings. He is okay. He made it through. Older brother. Conyers, yeah, Conyers good to go. Yeah, everywhere like to the west of this, like for Atlanta, Zebulon, Peachtree City, Sandy Springs, you guys are in the clear. It's still a little broad circulation over here south of Columbia. We'll see if Georgia throws a warning on that as it goes into their state. You want to check back over here near Panama Beach. Yeah, a couple little areas of rotation still out over here. Are you looking for Walton County, Georgia? Walton County, don't know where that is. I'm sorry. I don't have a search feature. And it's driving me mad. I'll send one more message. We'll keep on bugging weatherwise until they do it. Please add search feature. I'm losing my mind. LOL JK. Always got to put the LOL JK afterwards, just in case. Just in case they read it as like a serious thing, even though we're just kidding with them. They're going to do it. I just like pestering them because they let me. They probably call me Karen Freiberger in their offices. And thank you, Bengal, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Your spectrum is lagging again. This guy again. Thank you, Bucky, for the 2. Talk soon. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's definitely still a little bit of some broad circulation here. Couple areas here near Edenton. They're trying. They're just not quite at that level yet. They still might throw a tornado warning on just in case. We'll see. Lawton County is Monroe. Guys, I don't have a search feature. I can't search anything. So unless I can like see it easily on the map, we're kind of screwed. But I can say, if you take out your Google Maps and line it up, turn on your location, Turn on your Google Maps, turn on your location. If you are east of this line, you still need to be weather aware. Most of Georgia still needs to be weather aware. You're going to get severe weather at some point, and all of you guys are going to be experiencing pretty much the same thing. A chance for some severe storms and a small chance for some spin ups. By the way, they did allow this tornado warning to expire, so now we are back down to 0 tornado warnings. Let's go. Hopefully that helps. What time for Spartanburg? Don't know. No. Actually, let's do something. Since we don't have any tornado warnings right now, what we can do is bring up Radar Omega and try to answer some questions. How about that? Because Radar Omega does have a search feature. What was that last question that came in? Lost it. I lost it, man. Spartanburg. All right, Spartanburg, South Carolina. So your threat's going to be coming from this northern portion of the line. Yeah, it seems like sometime around like 3 or 4 p.m. when your risk is going to be at its highest. Fayetteville, you're an enhanced risk, so you're underneath some damaging winds will certainly be possible there, and a small tornado threat sometime at around like 6 or 7 p.m. So it's going to be a little bit. Norfolk. You're in a slight risk, damaging winds, and a very, very conditional tornado threat. I would say just mainly a threat for some damaging winds at around 9 p.m. tonight, sometime within that time frame, give or take a couple of hours. Give or take like 24 hours to 48 hours, somewhere within that range. Just kidding. Probably like a 2-hour range. Wilmington, it has a very low risk for tornadoes. It's mainly just damaging winds at around like 8 or 9. Monroe. Let's see. Monroe, Louisiana. Monroe, Georgia. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you guys are behind the storm now in Monroe. So you guys are good to go for the rest of the day. Winchester. It looks like you guys are in a slight risk, so maybe some damaging winds. Timing sometime around like 4 to 5 p.m. Give or take like a week or a month or so. Somewhere within that range. Baltimore. Where that is, I don't even need I don't even need to search for that. So yeah, some initiation sometime at around 3 or 4 p.m. and some damaging winds potential by like 7 p.m. Tornado risk could be pretty low. Thank you, Rhino, for subscribing, and also Landshark. Thank you. I think a watch will be issued for Virginia. They'll definitely consider it. It just depends on how widespread that severe weather really is. Now, it looks like these rotations are getting even broader here in Georgia. And over here near Byron, maybe a couple of kinks starting to form over there south of Macon. Might have to keep an eye on that. Back over here where we've had some tornadic activity, like that rotation is starting to struggle here. A broad scale view of our storm for a second. Thank you, Tanner. I appreciate that. Where's this camera, Tornado Explorer? If you're still here, I've been watching it for a while. Nothing's happened on it. Is the storm already past it? Are you slacking over there, Mr. Explorer? What are you doing? Oh, the storm's still approaching. Okay. Thank you for the update. Yeah, the storms haven't really been doing much. And today's been kind of active, but it's been like off and on type of day. 99.9% of the people that this storm has hit have gotten through it pretty easily. Are we getting any storms fire up here yet? Not yet. They probably won't fire up here for another couple of hours, at least according to our latest HRRR model. Have there been any damage reports today? Surely, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me check in on that. Since we're here on the Omega. Yeah, some damage reports south of Ozark. Trees and power lines down there. A couple of damage reports near Noonan. Tree down in CVS parking lot. Off-duty NWS reported a down tree and power line near Lower Fayette Road, and another one south of Riverdale, east of Peachtree City. Down tree on a home in Paces Crossing neighborhood. There's also a damage report here in eastern Atlanta with trees down on a residence. With structural damage on the 1500 block of Alvarado Way. Yikes. Get a tree down on one of these houses over here. Not good. That's scary. Is this an EMS camera? Here's going to be a crazy one. I guess so, man. I guess it is. April's definitely coming in hot. March came in hot, then April's coming in hot. I'm hoping we get a break soon. What about power outages? Yeah, let's check that. In Georgia, we have about 29,000 people without power in the state of Georgia currently. That's really the only state that's heavily affected here. 8,000 people without power in Alabama. What the heck happened to the Omega block? No, it's gone. It ain't blocking nothing. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning issued for Baldwin, Greene, Hancock, Jones, and Morgan, Georgia. Watch out. Oh, wow. Check this out. Winds are gusting. Where's this again? Columbia Street somewhere. What city? Blakely, Georgia. Not too crazy, honestly. It kind of looked a little interesting there for a second, but that seems manageable. New severe thunderstorm warning up here near Walhalla, Seneca, and Livonia. Check out our radar again. Seeing any couplets there? A little bit of something over here near Byron, south of Byron, along 75. Might have to keep an eye on that. Still looks like that wants to do some like QLCS shenanigans. Maybe a little couplet over here south of Blakely, Georgia. That's the storm that we're watching here on the camera. So it's not even getting the worst part of the storm yet. Yeah, kind of chill right now. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings though, but most of them are all of them are like for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We don't have any like considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, 60-mile-per-hour winds isn't that bad. I mean, it's terrible if you're outside, but if you're indoors and away from windows, you're good to go. I mean, it's not going to do anything to you. Worst case scenario is a tree falls on your house. That's really rare with 60-mile-per-hour winds, but not impossible. As we have seen in Atlanta, we had one tree fall on the house. That's about one house out of about 1 million houses got a tree fall on it, which is pretty good chances if you ask me. Hey, thank you, Russian Letters, for subscribing. Thank you. Won't even try to think of how to pronounce that. One over your home in Homer, Georgia. Anything to report? You're surrounded by trees. You'll be fine. Again, that's a 1 in a million chance that one of those trees falls on your house. Be indoors and away from windows, and most likely, you'll be just fine. Where should the next cam be? I would keep it in Blakely, Georgia, because the storm's not necessarily impacted it yet to its fullest extent. And then the next camera, I mean, I think it's fine to keep it down in the southern mode. I mean, these storms up here, we do have a little bit of a Boeing segment over here near like Greensboro. So like if there's any cameras like along this road near like Crawford and Greensboro, maybe one of those. But I would wait until I guess the stronger part of the storm goes over the Blakely, Georgia camera. Warner Robins. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you're near a severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be
A new
there.
tornado
Oh,
warning has been issued.
never mind. You- that's crazy that you asked that question, like right as a tornado warning got issued. Thank you, Misfit, for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have an area of rotation developing here, north and west of Warner Robins. This is in that area we talked about not too long ago. About it looked like it was trying to do a little bit of QLCS shenanigans, and it is. So if you live over here near Walden, Middle George Regional Airport, Reeds, Huber, watch out. We do have a couple of areas of some actual dangerous rotation here near Warner Robins and Soft Make sure you are getting into your safe spots. That also includes Jeffersonville here in Georgia. Let me just make sure none of our storm chasers decided to chase this. Doubt they even thought about it. Nope. Nobody. And thank you, A, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. CC is not showing any debris signatures yet. Nothing's really popping up there, but I mean, these things are pretty darn close. It wouldn't surprise me if one ended up popping up with this storm. But our latest scan just came in on the debris scan, and still not seeing anything on the ground at this moment. But definitely some strong enough rotations to take seriously, especially this one. I mean, regardless of whether or not this spits out a tornado, we definitely got anywhere from like 70 to 80 mile per hour winds heading into very close to Middle George Regional Airport. Where's that camera? Tornado Explorer. No chases are out today. Warner Robins. Oh wow. This camera here is in Warner Robins. Is this on the northern side or the southern side? This is actually potentially in the tornado warning itself. This camera. Am I ending the stream? Um, it might be like a on and off type deal. Just depends. If we can get like a substantial break, I will take a break with it. But if not, if it's just active all the way through, then we will probably stay live for the entirety of it. That's not what I wanted to do. That's so big. Oh, that's why. There we go. Just south of the AFB. Okay. Do we have any like north of that? Yeah, strong winds are coming through here. This is in Warner Robins. Here's Warner Robins. Cameras like here near the southern edge of this rotation. Where's this camera? Is this north? Further north? Floor. I'm gonna go over day 2 or 3. Not right now. No, we're busy. Maybe soon. And the folks that need to be in their safe spots is Highway 16 here. We just got a new update. Still radar indicated. I'll go back to that other one. Explore. One had a better view, I think. And pretty strong winds coming through here. See, that camera shaking quite a bit, and our traffic lights are a little bit wavy here, indicating that we're probably around like 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. It's hopefully a good sign. Kind of, yeah. I mean, we're not talking about like a super locked and loaded kind of day. It's gonna just be kind of like on and off, kind of like what we've been experiencing. You know, sometimes tornado warnings, sometimes not. I think our latest scan has come in. Yeah, still pretty dang strong winds here just to the north of Warner Robins, but rotation is still relatively broad up to the north here. Still really got to watch out though. That could wrap up. That could wrap up in seconds. Heading towards 16. So again, Jeffersonville, Huber, Reeds all need to be in their safe spots. Marion as well. After that, it's going to be Ripley and Fitzpatrick. I can check that in the background. Would you say Morgantown? And there are some storms getting close to you there, which might be the only thing you see, to be honest. The line will either form right before you or just after you. Still some pretty windy conditions over there. Near Warner Robins and to the north. Again, pretty broad circulation here with this storm right now, heading towards Jeffersonville. Mainly just a strong push of wind here. 60-mile-per-hour wind warning for Bay, Calhoun, Gadsden, and Gulf, Florida. It's going to be for this down here. Still possible with some of these storms pushing into Blounceville and Quincy. No problem, Carrie. Maybe move those cameras to a dry branch. Help. Let me not help Tornado Explorer. It's just north of those cameras that we're on right now. Not that one. Yeah, that one. It looks like we got a whale's mouth coming over this area here in Dry Branch. That is that northern portion of the storm, just north of that tornado warning. That's the updraft of the storm. I think that's lifting all that moisture up into the atmosphere. And then we're about to get that wind and rain come in here. Oops. Yeah, looks like the circulation is starting to die out here with this storm. Still want Jeffersonville here in Georgia to be in their safe spots, though. Thanks, Carrie. We just got an update to our warning. Still radar indicated, which is what we see here, but they are still keeping it up. So Jeffersonville, Fitzpatrick, Ripley, and Marion still need to be in their safe spots. I think Reeds and Huber should stay in their safe spots, but Warner Robins, O'Reilly Estates, Middle Georgia Regional Airport, Walden, Soft Key can all come out of their safe spots. You guys are good to go. Is there one near Macon on the ground? No. Macon is fine, and in fact, the tornado threats past you. This one's south and east of Macon, Georgia. See, there's Macon up here. Does have some stronger winds to it, and a little bit of circulation here in some of these parts of the storm, but no tornado on the ground right now, as far as we've been able to tell. Baldwin County, radar Omega. I'm not sure if I can use that. I think this is as a school cam. If it's like a private school, I can. If it's like a public school, I can. I just don't know. Don't want to get a copyright strike. Check back up here to the north, see how these storms are doing. Yeah, it's still mainly just damaging winds heading towards Crawfordville, Sparta, and Warrenton and Washington there in Georgia. Now, looks like the wind and rain is going to be, oops, is pulling into parts of Dry Branch. Almost there. Not quite there, actually. Wait a little bit longer. Still no debris signatures on our latest scans here. There's some low clouds. Yeah, there are with these storms, there are going to be a lot of low clouds. These are very scuddy storms. Oh, those low clouds don't really mean much unless it's got rotation on them. And now I will say, it looks like most of our tornado warnings that have happened today have happened like right next to radars. Baldwin County, Georgia. Okay, thank you, Animal 3, for the report. I do appreciate that. It is true, Blondie. It's a good point. If it wasn't for everybody watching right now, I would be here talking to myself like a crazy person. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I really do. You guys making a man's dreams come true day by day. So thank you. A little bit of something suspicious down here. It's not really a couplet per se, but a little bit of an increase there of some wind. Hey, thank you, Bucky Barnes, for the 2. Thank you so much. Yeah, we don't need a slow mode right now. In fact, I don't even think we ever turn on slow mode. We used to, but Blondie, I think, has become a superhuman. Hello, Midas. Welcome. Latest updates on this storm. Still some decent winds here, but the couplet is really nowhere to be seen at this point. Mainly just some gustier winds moving through this area. Still want Jefferson to be in your safe spots just in case this storm tries to re-wrap back up. Need to be on then? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I can handle it. Like having like 15 to 16,000 people here for every stream. It's happened only once. I think our record is like 18 to 19,000 people watching at once. And I almost got a migraine from that. So yeah, slowed mode will definitely be needed. Or like members only mode or something. I don't know. We'll slowly get used to that. I doubt it. Hey, thank you, Pathmetic Jam, for the $20. Thank you so much. Aw, I appreciate that, Path. Or Jan, I guess is your name. I was so stressed. Yeah, it was crazy. 70-mile-per-hour wind warning for South Carolina. That's an escalation. It's up here. So 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. Maybe find a cam in South Carolina near like Clemson and Central and Pickens. Tornado Explorer. Is that something I want to? That's something I want to see. Yeah, that was a Hurricane Milton stream. That was just nuts. Oh, that's the Table Rock fire? Well, technically, that's good because that's going to be a lot of rain. Do have some cameras south of Seneca. Where's Anderson? Yeah, Anderson might be too far to the south. Shoot. There are some in Greenville. I would just get something in Greenville and wait for it. Unless we get something else in Georgia that we have to look at. Thank you, Carrie, for the 5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Latest scan here for our tornado warning. Still have a couple areas here of some stronger winds. Still not seeing much of a couplet in any of those areas. Pushing into Jeffersonville. Watching from the Peachtree City area. Well, hello. I can tell you right now, you guys are going to be good to go. 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible here heading towards Sparta and Crawfordville. That is our latest updated warning there. Yeah, that might be a good camera eventually. Shoot. All right, I have to resize this. Actually, it's fine. This is out of Greenville, South Carolina. We got a 70-mile-per-hour storm approaching this cam eventually. It'll be a little bit, but I think we got a good view. We should be able to see it come in. No rotation down here. Still keeping an eye on these storms, but I think the shear is just a little bit too weak down there for spin ups right now. That could change as the time moves on. Another extension of our severe thunderstorm warning into Calhoun Falls, Abbeville, and Anderson. See what this is warned for. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do a little bit of a zoom out here. About to get hit by this line in South Carolina. Are you in the northern portion of that line or the southern one, Bill? Good 15, 20 minutes away from any damage down here in Atlanta. That's good. And apparently there was a tree reported to have fallen on a house in Atlanta. Central to upstate. That's going to be later on today. The storm should initiate at around like should initiate at around like 3 to 5 p.m. But it might be just to the south of your area. Penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Baker, Calhoun, Daughtry, and Early, Georgia. And Newman got hit pretty hard, yeah. Near Greenville? Okay, yeah, you got 70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Okay, latest scan here, that northern circulation seems to have died, but there still is something here. Pushing into Jeffersonville. It's just contamination there, east of Marion. Kind of looks like some sort of debris signature here, but it's not really associated with any reflectivity or velocities. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is kind of the kind of near like the most northern extent. Definitely a chance for some damaging winds. And again, we'll be waiting for those storms to initiate. They should initiate, or at least be trying to initiate soon. And, so far, not too much is happening. Just a little bit of rain over there in West Virginia. Westmeister. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, it's a little bit of a couplet. Kind of broad at the moment, but maybe worth keeping an eye on. That can tighten up. Might get tornado warned, but so right now it's a little bit on the weaker side and kind of broad. Well, it's actually good and bad that this is near a radar. The good news is that we have a really good picture of the storm. The bad news is if the radar goes out, then that's going to suck. They are extending
warning has been issued.
This tornado warning for Jeffersonville, Irwinton, and Tomsboro over here in Georgia. And we're going to lose our velocity data and everything pretty much for about 4 to 5 minutes as this passes over the radar. Then after that, we should get a look on what this storm is capable of. Hope I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm tired. obviously. I'm going to be tired pretty much from here on out. Is we're going to be live today, going to be live tomorrow, going to be live the day after that, and potentially the day after that. So this is going to be tiring, but we'll make it through it, hopefully. Yeah, it should miss Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. Apparently, Doge announced 8 new NOAA contract terminations. One was 22 million. The ocean and atmospheric research. That was the big one. Research and development in the physical engineering and life sciences. I thought they stopped touching it. I think they're still cutting stuff I mean 22 million is a lot. Please. And we're already losing balloon launches because of Doge. Losing employees, losing funding. Models seem to be worse. Ugh. So frustrating. Just don't understand why they keep doing that. And it is getting a little bit harder to forecast, little by little. Yeah, still waiting for this storm to pass our radar site. Any moment now. You want to check further down the south, just make sure we're not missing anything. Then we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Probably, let me see if I can get more information on that. That might just be an update to a watch that's already out there. Aw. Just got to send another pupper photo from Carrie. Look, he's blinking. Can I go? Oh, look. We can make a blink with photos. Oh my goodness, calm down. Boom. Puppers. Little storm buddy. Little storm buddy. Cute. Thank you for sending that in. Yeah, she looks like a little special. Cute little puppers. This face is like this is like the face a dog makes when they're like, "You're too far away from me." It looks like he's longing for some pats. All right, latest scan to come out of here. Still waiting. Heck is that? A weird signal. I'm not sure. Let me see how that has developed here, if it makes sense or not. It doesn't really make much sense. It's out in the clear air, so I don't think that's anything. That's true, Melissa. That could also be that look as well. Do I think Wednesday could go high or not? I don't know. There's still a little bit of disagreement on the models. Overall, it looks like a potent environment. If I were to guess, a moderate tomorrow. And then if all models start agreeing, like we still need the short range models to come in. We've got the NAM model, but we need the HRRR model and all those other short range models to come in. And when they do, I think that's when we're going to have a better picture of just how high end this event will be. But overall, I mean, it certainly looks like a dangerous day. But it's still a little bit too early to be making those kind of guesses. Still waiting for a readable scan out here. Still want Irwinton and Toomsboro to be in their safe spots. Fort Myers, Florida. I think it should be good. Myers is like down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, you guys are all right. Mesoscale discussion. Are there any chasers active right now? Not that I know of. Oh, we got another pupper photo. He's not even looking at the radar. He's looking just. And he might be looking at the camera. Maybe there's something happening on that storm camera. Oh, I see you with your little gaming devices. You got a gamer. You snitched on yourself. Thanks for sending that in. Dothan, Alabama did have a spin up. Honestly, cannot tell by that video. That just looks like rain moving in. This is not the one that moved through Dothan, he said. All right, do we actually have a good look on this storm? Not yet. I think we'll have to wait one more scan before we can really figure out what's going on with this. Check out our latest meso analyses. Yeah, we're sitting around 30 knots of shear. Definitely not a strong tornado environment, but still, tornadoes could be possible here. Come back up here where we have still a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning here. And next in line is going to be Shady Springs, Central, and Pickens. Pretty good chance you're going to lose power. We might be starting to see this storm. From Greenwood. Or no, that's not Greenwood. Greenville here in South Carolina. That might be it in the distance. Can't really tell. Just got another extension of our severe thunderstorm warning here for Thompson, Groovetown, Augusta, Burnett Town, Edgefield, and McCormick. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows there. Yeah, latest scan here. Still not seeing much rotation with this storm just yet. It's like it might have died as it went past that radar, but we'll wait one more scan and see if it's back up there. Still no areas of rotation to note further to the south and further to the north. Nothing really to note up here other than those gusty winds. Actually, a little bit of a couplet starting to form south and west of 6 Mile, heading towards Liberty and Pickens. Might have to keep an eye on that. It's just going to be a low tornado risk all day. It's kind of what we've been seeing. You know, every now and then there'll be a quick little spin up try, and then it'll either fail or produce a brief tornado. Our shear environment's just quite weak, and a lot of the warnings that we've gotten today have been like borderline or close, and some of them have produced. So it's just going to be kind of on and off all day. That's the kind of tornado risk we're talking about. It looks like they are still keeping that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning on that one storm in South Carolina. Any tips on reducing the impact of hail? We don't have a garage. Maybe a blanket on a car. Wrap it down. Something to pad it. A3 is a big area. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Kind of similar to what we just had in terms of size. Blow up swimming mats. Yeah. Oh, there goes our tornado warning. We're now down to 0 tornado warnings yet again, and I am going to feed my dog. Probably feed myself too. All right, I'm gonna go give my dog and give me some food. We'll be back probably within about 5 to 10 minutes. Keep the radar going here. Okay, I'm coming, Chaz. Jeez Louise. We got food. Hey, 200 people couldn't have been patient for 10 minutes. Rude. Like, oh, he's getting food? Screw this guy. We're out of here. I can wait 2 minutes. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's the streamer's worst nightmare, having to eat, man. Ugh, you hate it because everybody just leaves. I get it though. I mean, it's just radar with nobody there. It is a little bit boring, but it is what it is. Let me put on my BRB thing here. Why is it so big? Okay. There we go. All right. Wasn't that long? Not really, but all right. Let's see if we got any updates over here for this guy. Yeah, still 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards our camera here. Still continue to be seeking shelter from those 70-mile-per-hour winds. Better chances. Better chances for some power outages with this one. Look at Bucky for the two. How dare I eat, right? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for getting food. I apologize. What were y'all saying while I was gone? What was happening here? Quarter-sized hail warning for Chris, Dodge, and Doty, Lawrence, Georgia. Watch out for that. I also got a camera out here in Greenville, waiting for this 70-mile-per-hour, waiting for the 70-mile-per-hour windstorm to come through. Can't quite see it yet, but we might see a nice little shelf cloud. This camera's facing in the right direction. We shall see. Check for some rotations in other places. Maybe a little couple of couplets over there. A breeze signature, but on the weaker side of things. We'll come down here a little bit further to the south. Yeah, still hanging in there. I do appreciate the folks that did stay while I was making my food. You guys are true friends. Thank you. I can take your stream if you want. Where are you streaming at, Bill? You on X? I'm assuming. I don't remember how to get to your account. Can you tag me or something? I see it. We got a storm chaser, folks. Can you rotate your camera? Horizontal? If not, that's okay. But horizontal is better than vertical. Bill's back on it, folks. He is out there chasing. This is the view out of Greenville. Here's your storm. There's the base of the storm. There's sound. Oh man, no sound. This is in Greenville, South Carolina, and this is a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm coming right at Bill. He's live on Twitter. He doesn't chase all the time, but when he does, he usually got something to show us. Bill does do it all. We call him Bill Nye, the chaser guy. Yeah, there's no tornado on the storm right now, no. Is this frozen? The heck was that noise? Well, is this frozen? Or is it just that dead calm? Bill, move or something. Oh wait, no, I see a cloud moving on the top right. Man, it is just that calm. I thought it was frozen. But no, there's clouds moving on the top right. There's just no wind at all. There's zero wind. In fact, okay, yeah, see, not frozen. Thank goodness for that car. It was frozen for a second. There's like negative wind happening right now. Hold the radar. We're watching this storm that's heading into Greenville, South Carolina, with 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is the only person live chasing the storm in the entire United States, I think. You don't need to zoom in, Bill. I think the wider angle's better. Unless you see something to zoom into, you should keep it on the wider angle. I'm getting fed right now. We shall see what this storm is all about. And if you're just now tuning in, we've got an eye on our Greenville storm. This storm has 70-mile-per-hour winds inside of it. This is in northern South Carolina, and Bill is in the area. He's live. It's literally the only storm chaser live in like the entire country right now, I think. And thankfully, we have been blessed by Bill Nye, the chaser guy. Allow us to use his stream here and watch the storm as it comes in. We'll see. We'll see what it's all about. Behind those trees. Maybe. Is there any rotation on this storm? Not a whole lot of rotation, but a lowering wouldn't surprise me. Definitely going to see that shelf cloud a little bit better as it gets closer. And those 70-mile-per-hour winds. But it's crazy just how still it is. Like it tricks you. It really doesn't feel like it's live. And we're just looking at a picture. But you have to find like the smaller clouds above, and you can see that they're moving and it's live. But the wind out in front of the storm in Greenville is like almost 0 miles per hour. It's crazy. Yeah, 0 mile per hour winds coming with this storm, and it's heading directly towards Greenville. I'll certainly be indoors and away from windows. If you live near big trees, I would be, closer to the most interior portion of your house, just in case. A little bit of a higher likelihood that trees fall over with this storm. Is there a possibility that Bill is the extreme? What do you mean by that? It might be a joke that's flying right over my head. Bill don't care. I'll tell you that. He'll drive in blizzards. He'll for some reason be chasing in Alabama during a high risk day. I still can't believe he was out there that day. That still blows my mind. We met Bill. He used to find us cameras when we thought we could use them. And all of a sudden now he's a storm chaser. He's like, well, I can't find cameras anymore for Evan, so I'm just going to become the camera. He's not on a YouTube channel. He's live on Twitter right now. Just a friend of the channel. Doing what he does best. Pointing cameras at things. Let me bring up the radar again and I'll make it a little bit smaller. Actually, no, since we're on the zoomed out view, this is perfect. Yeah, there's Greenville, bottom left. You got Travelers Rest, Gant, Malden, and Simpsonville all in the path of this 70-mile-per-hour windstorm here. Continue to be seeking shelter from this storm. Power outages are, I'm not going to say likely, but they're definitely possible with a storm like this, if it's still got those 70-mile-per-hour winds, but we'll know very soon. The closer and closer this storm gets, the better, hopefully, of a view we'll get of this shelf cloud. There is one.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. Let me see where that is. That's going to be for Orangeburg, Sumter, Manning, Bamberg, Bishopville, Camden,
has been issued.
In South Carolina. And this storm, again, is heading directly towards Greenville, South Carolina. And it's warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So definitely don't want to be outside for this. Should we try to freak out Bill? And the absolute worst place you could be in front of this storm is in a car in a field of green grass. It's the worst place.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I'm just kidding. You're fine, Bill. Just make sure you're not near like power lines, Bill, or like any big trees, and you'll be okay. And if there are power lines, just be on the opposite side of the
A new
road
severe
of where the wind
thunderstorm
is
watch
blowing.
has
It'll
been
be blowing
issued.
away from the storm. New severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds now issued for Greenwood and Lawrence here in South Carolina. Watch out.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, these severe thunderstorm watches has been issued for southern Georgia, Brunswick, St. Mary's, Lake City there in Florida, and then Beaufort, Charleston, and Ladson. Can dogs detect bad atmospheric conditions? I think they can. So can birds. Most animals can. I think it has to do with like the pressure changes. They're like really sensitive to that kind of stuff. And so are you, believe it or not. Humans are too, but we are usually too distracted to notice that kind of stuff, the minute changes. But we can technically do it. It's raining. Oh my gosh. Bill had volume this whole time. It has been dead silent. I had no idea the volume was on. I had no idea he had volume. Bill, make sure you take some breaths every now and then. I don't even think he's breathing. I think he's just holding his breath. I love messing with Bill. Uh-oh. Got a focus issue. Let's see if Bill can figure it out. You're going to want the either roll down the window
Thunderstorm watch
or pull
issued.
your camera away from the window a bit so it refocuses.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Or yeah, just tap the center of your... I don't know. I think the best way is if he moves it away from the window a little bit. Nope. Maybe angle your car towards the storm. Jeez Louise, I just had a... Yeah, face the car towards the storm and turn on the windshield wipers. That's going to be the best way. But yeah, I just inhaled a piece of rice. Sorry, folks. Apparently, you're not supposed to breathe rice. Just in case anybody was wondering about starting to do that. I can say with certainty it's not a very smart thing to do. Bill's struggling, man. Like, what do I do? Yeah, it's gonna stay focused on those raindrops. It's not gonna change its focus. It's locked in. You're either gonna have to roll down that window or angle the car where your windshield wipers are. And it's like he's angling his car. Bill's figuring it out, man. He's Bill Nye, the camera guy. Uh-oh. Might have accidentally closed it down. Give it a little minute. If it doesn't come back, we'll switch back over to radar. Jeez Louise. Yeah, rice. Rice is not as does not go into the lungs as easy as oxygen does. Oh my goodness. And that rice had chili powder on it. Yikes. I'm okay. I think. This is another camera out of Greenville, by the way. PDS rice, yeah. Pretty darn spicy rice. Just inhaled into my lungs. Let me see. I'm assuming Bill accidentally closed out his stream and he's probably going to start a new one soon. Yeah, he did. Okay. Let's get Bill back up. Bill Nye, the camera guy. Bill. Bill Nye, the camera guy. Bill. It's telling me to sign in. Why is it doing that all of a sudden? Dude, hold on. We're having technical difficulties. There we go. We're back. All right, Bill, you know what to do. Turn that camera horizontal. Ozzy, what are you doing? You're trying to eat some of this rice, aren't you? Even though you know it gives you... No, don't even try. Oh, yeah, there's your shelf cloud. Greensboro, North Carolina. We do have some storms starting to fire in North Carolina. A little bit more of a discreet storms north of Charlotte. Bill. Everybody in chat, put Bill. Bill Nye, the camera guy. I used to love that show when I was younger. I watched every episode that came out. That's probably why I'm a nerd. Still recovering from that rice in my lung. Again, if you're just now tuning in, we're watching the severe thunderstorm warned storm here. Now, actually, it looks like they did downgrade it to 60 miles per hour. But it is approaching near the Greenville area here. That's the leading edge of the storm that we're looking at. Still warned for Greenwood, still to the south, still warned for 70 mile per hour winds. But the one up to the north did get downgraded. want to be able to get my radar up here, but it's a little bit too chonky. Maybe we can put the radar up here, actually. There's nothing going on up there. Well, Bill just sneeze. Bill, nah, this is an easy guide. Bill. On a serious note, though, we do have a couple areas of rotation trying to develop here. Just to the east of Belton, heading towards Gray Court. You drop a tornado? If it tries to wrap up, yeah. If it gets a little bit stronger, it's not out of the question. I mean, we've seen a couple of tornadoes today, so I mean, again, we're not going to be talking about a prolific tornado day by any means. It's going to be kind of mainly just some lines of winds and damaging winds and some hail, and every now and then one of these storms are going to try to rotate and produce. Oh, rare Bill finger reveal there. You guys just got blessed with a Bill Nye, the camera guy, finger reveal. Lucky, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to get that started again. I'm not gonna entertain that, though. Students at Dothan Prep reported as safe. Okay, thank you, Kenzie, for reporting that. Man, it just kind of, am I going crazy, or does it just kind of seem like this storm is never going to get here? And thank you, James, for the 5. Thank you so much. By the way, guys, if you want to donate to Bill, you should. It would have to be like Venmo or Cash App, but if you guys send me a Venmo or Cash App, I will send it to Bill. Or you can send it to Blondie and Bill. That is the thing that you can do, but it has to be on Venmo or Cash App. It cannot be through YouTube because that takes like a month to process. This line of storms just stop in Greenville? It is still moving. Well, it's still moving. Now we can move the radar down. Oh, Bill's on the move. Aww. You know, a little bit of a beat going on there. All right, I'm back. Kind of. Still munching on my food. I'm almost done. Trying to eat it a little bit slower and a little bit more carefully. Due to the due to what happened earlier with the rice. Yeah, a little bit of rotation over here near McCormick as well, moving off to the east towards 25. Still keeping an eye on a little tiny couplet here near Simpsonville, south and west of Simpsonville. Yes, it was Ricegate. Further down to the south, Chazzy, I already gave you chicken. Chaz is further down to the south. Chaz is at my feet begging for chicken. And we also still have some severe thunderstorm warnings down here. Most of these are for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Is this radar down? I think that radar's down there. Yeah, this radar, KVAX radar, is down. Bummer. Yeah, the severe storms are picking up here for the South Carolina area. So now is the time to be ready to be indoors. If you're cooking over there in Camden, you should probably stuff your face real quick and get your butt indoors. The storm's coming. This is WeatherWise radar. It's free for the radar stuff. If you want like stuff like the globe mode, you have to pay $6.99, but it's totally worth it because it gives like this really cool like feel to it when you like zoom in.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
But I'm not sponsored by WeatherWise, by the way. I just love them. I love the app. I'm a fan of the app. We don't do sponsorships on this channel. Can I retweet this? I'm gonna retweet Bill's live stream so he can get more views. I thank you, Jessica and Alira, for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Also, we have a traffic cam in the Greenville area. We have some power lines as an indication of how strong the winds are. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually looking pretty manageable. Not looking too bad. It might not even have 60-mile-per-hour winds in there, or maybe there's somewhere else within the storm. I have not checked them, no. I'll check them right now. Thank you, Joseph, for the 5. That was about an hour ago. I think that's the only one I got today. Yeah. Any tornado warnings? No tornado warnings right now. Zero tornado warnings. We do have some circulations we're still watching, but like down here near Edgefield, actually, a little something there. Oh, okay. Well, you jinxed it. I was gonna start talking about that rotation though.
A new
To be
tornado
fair,
warning
but
has
it's
been
really
issued.
not that strong yet. All right. We got a tornado warning over here near Saluda. Limp and Saluda need to be going into their safe spots now. There's a little area of rotation here. Is there better radar for this? Yeah, this one's closer. Yeah, this area of rotation is right here. It's moving towards Saluda. If you live in Saluda, you need to be in your safe spots. Let me give Bill the old mute while he repositions. I think he's going to reposition. I don't know how long he's going to chase for, but he's chasing. So, you know, he's wasting gas money here. So if you guys want, send a donation to Bill on my Venmo or Cash App, and I'll make sure it gets to him. I don't think let me ask him if he's got his own little Cash App, actually. That might be the best way to do this. Mm. All right, I'll ask him. Max said nothing the rest of the day. Yeah, he's probably. Did he get off? That's usually what people say when they get offline. That's all right. Don't worry. We still got you. And the latest scans here, a little bit of rotation here near 378. Not that strong, though. I'll be honest. Still a little bit on the weaker side. Actually, I kind of want that rain sound. I'm not going to lie. That rain sound is nice. It's the light rain. Ah. Oh, has a warning popped up. That's unfortunate. That's bad timing. Another little circulation up here near Lawrence and Waterloo as well. Yeah, I mean we'll have little tornado threats here and there for a little while. It probably won't start to give up until it gets into like North Carolina, if I had to guess. We still got plenty of instability. Decent amount of lower level shear. It's not impossible. I actually have a lot of thunder noises here in Charlotte, but it's not here yet, so it's odd. Well, actually, there is a thunderstorm near Charlotte. I'm not sure what these storms are up to. There is a little bit of shear building around them. There is a non-zero tornado threat with them. Greensboro, man, y'all have so many greens in North Carolina, and yeah, maybe some storms here initially, but these storms over here, and then yeah, you're eventually going to get this line of storms. It might be a little bit broken up, and it does seem like our storms are starting to initiate in and along that boundary up here for our northern mode. So, folks over there in Pennsylvania, as a little heads up, the storms are slowly getting started up there. I wonder what our instability is looking like up there. Let me check out our stuff. Thank you, Carrie, for donating $5 to Bill. Thank you so much. I'm sure he will appreciate that. Hopefully he's watching the stream and he heard that. Latest scan here, still a little area of broad circulation, still heading towards Saluda. Still want Saluda to be in their safe spots. Bill Nye, the camera guy. Bill. That's like stuck on replay in my head now, by the way. That is a thing that is happening right now. It's been for the past 30 minutes, I must admit. No dangerous rotations further to the south. The only area where I'm seeing rotations right now is over here. And also, we got a couple of prefrontal storms that may or may not try to do something later on. We'll keep an eye on them, but they should struggle to mature in this environment. And thank you, Carrie, for giving $3 more. So that's a total of $8 to Bill. Bill, you've become an $8 heir because of or a dollar heir because of Carrie. Still waiting on the latest scan. Should be coming in shortly. Yeah, my coach used to tell me when I was playing football, if you ask to play, you're not going to get to play. And that also goes for asking for mod. Oh man, this radar's down too. That's 2 radars that are down here. Darn. Is that down? Yeah, it's down. Max wind gusts of 60 miles per hour heading towards Edgerfield, Wagoner, Chapin, Newberry, and Lexington. Make sure you guys are ready for the storm. We still have this radar up here, though. So we'll be okay, at least up here. We have these 2 radars. It looks like the storm is through Greenville. Next in line is going to be Spartanburg. Got any cameras in Spartanburg? Help. Looks like Bill's service is struggling. Let me see if he ended his stream or not. He might be done for the day. Oh, he's still live. Says he's up there. Hold on. It's not up for me. Oh no, he ended it. Okay, never mind. I'm not sure if Explorer's still here. So I'll go check out the South Carolina cameras myself. See what's hip happening over there. We'll go bring it over here. The Florida cams. We do have cameras in Spartanburg. I'll use this one. Why not? Do we have any near Saluda? For about 20 minutes? Okay. So you're slacking. Got it. You're fired. I'm just kidding. Imagine me being that kind of person. But you guys still love me. Do we have anything near Saluda? I don't think we do. And the next thing in line is going to be like in Chapin. Yeah, Saluda still needs to be in their safe spots. I'm just trying to find another camera here. I guess we'll sit in Spartanburg for a little bit. I just don't think that line is going to be very interesting to look at. So maybe we'll sit. I guess we'll sit in Columbia. Yeah, we're over here near Lexington now, just to the west of Columbia. At least in the camera that I picked up. Let me put that there. There we go. We'll see what the storm's all about. Latest scans, though, out of our radars are showing this rotation is struggling at the moment, and it is not really that tight. It won't produce a tornado looking like that. But I'd still be in your safe spots there in Saluda. We do still. Not only do we have this rotation, we have another rotation to the north and another one to the south. They're all trying to get started, but they are struggling at the moment. Any tornadoes in Belton, South Carolina? I don't know, man. You're the one that lives there. Are there? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Belton, I don't know where Belton is. Let me check that out. Let me check it out. Belton, South Carolina. There. No, you're good. No, your threat's done for the day. You are good to go to sleep. If you sleep at these times. All we had is heavy rain and barely any wind. Yeah. Yeah. The traffic cam said the same thing. So that storm kind of fell apart. Ooh. A little bit of a Boeing segment here near Woodruff, though. To keep an eye on that. Also, a little bit of a stronger rotation south and west of Clinton here. And towards 26. I think we have cameras there. Hold on. I'm more interested in that Boeing segment north that's developing. And I am near Columbia. Can we get a view on it is the question. Might catch it south of Spartanburg. If it goes northeast, maybe. Oh my gosh, look at that car. Camera's interesting, to say the least. It's a very trippy camera. All right, that one's not going to work. Hold on. We'll figure it out. We'll get a good camera. The best I can. Actually, we might be able to catch the southern side of it here. There's actually a couple little circulations on this line, too. One down here near Clinton, another one near Emory. They're broad and weak, but I'll keep my eye on it. Yeah, latest scans. This is mainly just a gust front now. Same with the one to the north. A little bit of rotation here south of Edgefield. Keep an eye on that area too. Let me see if Bill replied with his Venmo or Cash App so I could send that over to him. He has not replied. Come on, man. No. Look at this. No. Little. No. Give it digital pats. Digital pats, digital belly rubs. Oh, sweepy kitty. Thank you for sending that in. That was sent in by Celia. Thank you, PJ and Steven, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, just got the latest velocity scan on this. Still a little bit of a couplet here, but again, it's still like on the weaker side of things. It's not very strong yet. Definitely not a definite, like it's not an imminent tornado threat, but I wouldn't rule out at least the NWS in this area putting a warning on that. Ooh. Some sneakies happening down here near Rose. Little tight couplet forming there. It's south and east of Tallahassee. Heading towards 19. Little teeny itsy bitsy pixel of rotation there. We'll keep a close eye on that. I'll come back and I'll be back to check in on that if they don't throw a tornado warning on it before I come back down. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem. It's been a pretty chill day, so not really too difficult on the boys. And besides the tornado warnings, hanging out with you guys has been kind of fun, not gonna lie. So I appreciate you guys tuning in. When I come back over here, yeah, still watching these storms. These storms will eventually, according to our latest models, upscale into a damaging wind threat here for the Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey area. So they're not looking like anything right now, but eventually they might. Thank you, Michaela, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Thank you. You'd think of like a member song to sing whenever somebody becomes a member. Latest scan down here is indicating like some broad circulation still south of the Clinton area. Still keeping my eye on that area. Update on our tornado warning though for Saluda. I'd still be in your safe spots just in case, but that part of the line is really gusting out here, so we're probably not going to see this thing produce a tornado until it tries to reorganize. Columbia, South Carolina. Let me feel like I used to know where that was at one point. Where is it? Right. Back over to here. Columbia, South Carolina. Oh, it's up there. Yeah, as of right now, you have a severe thunderstorm, warned storm heading your way with some 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. And you are in a severe thunderstorm watch, so keep an eye on that. Also looks like we have something running into our camera here. Rain, which really seems like every time we get a view on one of these storms, it's kind of like the majority of what we see. So besides the tornado threat, even though there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, we haven't really gotten any damage reports in a while. And we've been seeing kind of consistently here on our cameras, you know, not really widespread damaging winds, but there are some damaging winds in here. I think they're more isolated than what we typically see with some of these guys. Hey, thank you, Keen Eye, for gifting one whole membership. Thank you so much. If you guys get a membership from Keen Eye, make sure you are thanking them in the chat. Thomasville, Georgia. Yeah, you got a severe storm that just passed through you, but it seems to be past you. As long as you don't live like in Boston, it does seem like that's your severe threat is done for the day. The latest scan down here, still not really seeing that rotation reorganize yet near Saluda. Can you have a membership, please? We got a beggar in chat. Doesn't quite work like that. People can't choose who to give memberships, although that would be pretty cool. But then we probably have a lot more beggars. Getting a little bit more windy. Hold on. Whoa. A little bit more. Yeah, it seems like in some parts of the storm, it's a little bit rainy, and then like I guess there's just little parts here and there where it gets just a little bit more windy. And choosing the gift would be pretty cool, I think. You gift all your friends memberships. Or if you like make a new friend in chat, you like gift them as like a sign of your appreciation. That'd be pretty cool. They need to do that. Early sign of frotation. Let me check out that frotation. No, not really. So little lesson here. There's your cell right here. If there was a mesocyclone on it, it would be in this area. And where this rotation is outside of that. So that is side lobe contamination near Barnwell. Nothing to really worry about right now, but if these prefrontal cells can mature, which they will struggle because of just all this mess here, but if they can, in this environment, they could become a little bit more of a dangerous tornado threat. But we've had a lot of prefrontal cells today, and none of them have done anything. But I will say the wind shear is a little bit stronger than it was earlier today around some of these storms. So that is a threat that is technically there. Latest update on the northern portion of our line heading towards Union and Spartanburg. Let me change our camera. We got a good view of that part of the storm for a second. Where is that camera? Which camera was it? Is it this one? Yeah. No, it's a Discord camera. I know it's this one. That's not supposed to be there. Okay. All right. Where do we want to go next? See, like over here, that's where I want to be. Or like out over near like Union. I guess we could go a little bit further south. Oh, looks like our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. That's good. Yeah, these are going to be the next ones kind of in the line of this storm that has a little bit of a rotation on it, but like not a lot. So, I mean, maybe there'll be some wins to look at with these. These are going to be the ones near like Chapin and Lexington, just north of, I think that's Columbus or Columbia there. Question is, how far north do we go? I guess we kind of just want to be here if we can be. It's not a horrible camera. It's a little bit blurry. Ooh, I like this one. This was nice and crisp. Got a crispy camera. Currently eating bagels. All right. Congrats. You putting anything on those bagels or you just eating it bland? Because if you're eating it bland, I'll hold my judgment. Oh, we need to go back and check in on that little storm in Florida. Almost forgot about that. Oh, okay. It died immediately. Well, that's good. I hate that some of these radars are down. Makes tracking these storms down here near like Statesboro, Georgia, kind of difficult because both of these radars are down. So these storms will be entering in quite the radar hole, really right here for like Hinesville and Savannah. So unfortunately, our coverage is going to be degraded because of the both of these radars. This one down here and this one down here are I guess getting repaired. Yeah, tornado warning has expired. That's good. Now we lie and wait for the next one because there probably will be one. Environment is still there. It is not going anywhere anytime soon. And if you, in case you're wondering what the environment is like, I'll go show you. That'll be the best one. Thank you, Bucky, for the 2. Thank you so much. Smoked salmon with chive cheese cream on a bagel is fire. Wow. How do you install it? You don't have to install it. It's just like a website. I can send. I'll put the link in chat. Threats for California. I think you guys got some snow in the mountains. That's about it. What was I gonna do again? I totally forgot. Oh right. We're gonna go over the environment. So, out in front of these storms, we are still dealing with a 1,000 joules per kilogram, really all the way up into North Carolina. All right. So these storms still got plenty of storm food. They're not going to die anytime soon. The wind shear, though, further up to the north is on the weaker side of things, but that should, it will increase, but it seems to increase mainly behind the line of storms. Maybe as we get into 2 hours from now, it might kind of overtake the storms. And again, that lower level shear is responsible for adding spin to the atmosphere. Mid-level lapse rates are still hanging in there, so updraft issues, not going to have many of those. Still some winds aloft as well. And our low pressure system is actually all the way up here, and our frontal boundary extends all the way down like this. Surface observations, still some decent dew points. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I said, it's not like the most dangerous environment we've ever dealt with in these areas, but it's enough to cause severe weather, and every now and then, a brief tornado is still going to be a threat. So not a whole lot has changed in the atmosphere at all since we started. To be honest, we're still pretty much on the same thing. Oh, you're back on cameras? Well, I guess I got a camera over here north of Columbia. If you want to try to like find cameras for this northern storm, you can try. There might be some over there near like Gaffney. Thank you, Donna, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, these storms over here are about to pull into Union. Pace a lot. Looks like your threats over there in Spartanburg. And then these storms down here, I just got continued still for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Williston, Springfield, Lexington, Chapin, and Newberry. Let's kick my camera. 1-inch ice disaster alert in northern Michigan. Yeah, it was really bad up there. Are they still getting ice? No. Yeah, it was really bad. Probably some of the thickest ice accumulations we've seen up here in the Michigan, UP of Michigan and Wisconsin area. I think they're still dealing with power outages up there. Yeah, I mean, they still have over 300,000 customers without power. Almost every single person in northern Michigan lost their power out of that ice storm. And then they had those windstorms to the south.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Like apparently there was 94-mile-per-hour winds recorded in the southern portion of Michigan. So Michigan is going through it, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a lot of
new
folks.
severe
That's almost
thunderstorm watch
10%.
has been issued.
Almost 10% of Michigan has completely lost power, which is a little bit ridiculous. That ice storm was very impactful.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yes, Bailey, yeah. Yeah, like let me see if I can. I mean, I can't really show the photos, but there was some crazy ice photos out of
A
there.
new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, like here's a great look at it. So it's basically rain, right? That's what it is. I just posted it in the chat. What the heck? Is this real? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Check this out. This is crazy video. What the heck? Ice was so thick, it was bending trees and the trees were snapping in half. Wow. Here's another photo of that. Like, I didn't realize it was this bad. No wonder nobody has power. That's like a disaster. Yeah, it's basically just completely iced over. It like kind of just turned them into a an ice skating rink, an iceberg almost. It's crazy. Navicam north of Columbia. Yeah, same here. Let me see what yours looks like. Actually, a little bit of sunshine poking through out in front of these storms. Yeah, basically what it does is it falls as rain. And we'll do a little drawing. So it falls as rain. Like let's say we got a little tree. Falls as rain. Once it hits the tree, though, the tree itself is below 32 degrees. But because the air right above the surface, it's above 32 degrees. And so it stays as rain pretty much all the way until the surface, where it freezes on contact on the tree. And then eventually there's just so much water that freezes on there. It freezes, and then the tree starts to bend because of all that extra weight. And then in this case, some of them snapped, which is just crazy. Well, something over here near Union, keeping an eye on that. Let me see what that looks like from this radar. Fine. And no rotation near Charlotte. You guys are good over there. Actually, let me check from this radar. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are good for now. Penny-sized hail warning for Palm Beach, Florida. Interesting. How to keep an eye on these storms near the coast in Florida. I bet you I can find, or actually, help. You want to go? I'm not help. Tornado Explorer. You want to go get a camera on that? I bet you this thing looks crazy. I can find it. It's no big deal. But if you want to, that's fine. It's just around Boynton Beach. A lot of these storms, like in Florida, whenever they're near the coast, something that does happen is we get onshore flow. And then even though the environment's not really there, sometimes they just spit out a tornado. It happens very rarely, but I do want to see what that storm looks like. I bet you it looks pretty cool on camera. But yeah, that's got penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. So forgot to call it the cities. If you live near Lakewood Beach, Atlantis, and Green Acres, Seminole Manor. Watch out. A little bit of rain and hail is coming your way. We got cams in Columbia that we're watching, and we're finding cameras right now near that Florida storm. See if we can find anything. No, don't settle for something like that. Just wait until you see that mesocyclone. It would be like what's the best? The best place to find this storm, Tornado Explorer, or the best place to view would be like from back here to 98. And then if you get like near like South Palm Beach, one like facing out like that, those are going to be the two best angles. You want to try to look at this area here. That's where the mesocyclone would be. Let's come check back down here near Tallahassee. Yeah, still no dangerous rotations anymore there. Oh, I hate that we have radars down. Back over here near Vidalia, I got a storm about to impact you guys, Lions, as well. No dangerous rotation with that. Douglas there, Georgia 2. Statesboro has got a storm on its way. 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way, so make sure you are indoors and away from windows. And looks like this storm might be trying to do something a little bit mischievous again. Mainly just some gustier winds, but it does seem like a couplet is trying to develop on the northern side there. I'll have to keep an eye on that. He's trying so hard to find that storm. Did he find it? No. Oh, what's that in the distance? Is that it? That can't be it. I guess that is it. You know, I want to look. I'm going to look too on the side here. I love looking for storms in Florida. It's a challenge, but if you just find that one camera, that gold mine camera, you can see a lot of cool things. All right, where's this storm again? Hold on. I just gotta like memorize it. Okay, South Palm Beach. And it's near Boynton Beach, which is right here. Oops, didn't do that. It's Lake Worth Beach, so like back over to here. Hey, thank you, Bucky, for the 2. Thank you so much. All right. I'm gonna bring this back up to here so you guys can see your storms, but I would be looking for that. Looking for a view there. I know it's out of where our main focus is, but I promise if we can actually find a good view of this storm, it will be worth. Oh. Did you find something? A little something back in there, yeah. That is a storm. Hey, thank you, Melissa, for the €2. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The competition is on. Who can find a better view of the storm, Tornado Explorer or Evan Freiberger? First place wins. Nothing. Hold on, guys. We're searching for some cameras real quick. We'll be back to our scheduled programming here in a moment. Just trying to find a storm. Well, that's not a bad camera. Where's the mesocyclone, though? Dang it. There's nothing there. I think it's just like one little I think it's one little cumulonimbus, and that's it. I don't think we're dealing with anything else other than that. And thank you, Michelle and John, for subscribing. All right, I think Tornado Explorer wins. I'm getting a little tired of looking for that storm. It's like somewhere in this area, but I just can't. I can't find a good camera. There's like a billion cameras there too. It's crazy. Yeah, latest scan here. Still have some pretty gusty winds on the southern side here, heading towards Lake Murray. That's gonna be like 60 to 65 mile per hour winds there. Thank you, Bucky, again for a 5. A little aerial rotation there is not, I wouldn't say it's concerning, but it kind of looks interesting. We'll probably keep checking on that. We do have a couple of couplets trying to form here as well, but they're all relatively on the weaker side of things. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, I feel like I've said that like a billion times. We got a couple of couplets. Need to keep an eye on them. Might do something. It's been the theme of the channel all day today, which is technically a good thing, I guess. Where the heck is this dang storm? Did it die? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, it should be like right here. Hang it. I can't even find the rain. Oh, did you find it? Oh, I think Tornado Explorer might have just found the money shot. I think he might have won if that camera works. Give it some time. Maryland is going to be a little bit later. Like all the areas up like north of Virginia are going to be like near the coast, like 9-10 p.m. Man, the camera's not working. Dang it. You almost got it. Oh. No, he went back to another one. Will we ever find it? I've looked at almost every single camera in that area, and I just have not been able to find a good view of that storm. And this part of the line near Newbury is starting to get a little bit more QLCSE. Well, I'm giving looking for the cameras one more shot. It's taking forever to load. All right, I'm giving up on that Florida storm. 60 mile per hour wind warning for Aiken Barwell. There in South Carolina. Watch out. Yeah, we got some upper level rotation pretty decently there on that Union storm, but near the surface, it hasn't really started. I mean, it's trying to get that organized. Oh, got a little sneaky couplet up here, south and west of Cowpens. And it's part of one of these more semi-discrete cells here. Little tiny couplet there. That one is that one looks non-threatening, but that's that kind of really small, tight couplet that can just spit out like a really small, brief tornado. Definitely going to keep a close eye on that south of Gaffney. That's the latest. Just still a big old line of damaging winds. Lexington here. You're unsubscribing. Oh, man. See you later. What do we do wrong, folks? What did we do wrong? One person unsubscribed from the channel. We are in a dark place. In a dark place. But if I put my hat like this, it looks like we're even more of a dark place. I have failed my channel. We are now goth. All because we lost one subscriber. See, we can have some fun, just not too much. You gotta stay focused. The good news is it's not like new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued over here near Rock Hill, York, Tiga City, and Clover. All right, Tornado Explorer, you can bring that back up to South Carolina. I think we have cameras near Rock Hill. Yeah. Yeah, we're bringing the cameras back up to South Carolina. Don't worry. Bad thing though about North Carolina is that's where our camera coverage ends. We just there's just no good cameras there. Looks like some storms over here in Virginia are starting to get their act together a little bit. These ones over here in Northern Virginia are also starting to produce some lightning there. So still not quite at that point where we're going to be giving too much coverage up here just because these storms are relatively weak, but we are monitoring them here and there just to see what their progress is. We have some more showers and thunderstorms on the border of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Yeah, it's a pretty decently sized line. If we come over here to Radar Omega and then pop that over to here, you can see obviously the stronger storms are down here, but the boundary extends all the way kind of like this air like this. So I'm wondering if maybe these folks up here might not see much. There's sirens in North Carolina and some of the rural areas. Yeah, it happens. If it's not golf ball sized hail near Palm Beach, I don't think it is. I think it's warranted for yeah, it's barely even an inch hail. I mean you'll hear it. You might get microscopic dents in your wind or in your car, but it's probably mostly just gonna be rain and thunder, to be honest. Tornado Explorer, is the camera broken or or are we gonna have to restart the stream again? It froze. A little bit more rotation here near Lockhart, but that's still a loft. That's still not making it down to the surface. Oh my gosh. All right, you're gonna have to change that camera. That is making me dizzy. Thank you, Luxie, Max, Malcolm, Larissa, and Thomas for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. How big does the hail have to be to turn your car into a golf ball? Typically, it's like golf ball sized hail. I mean, quarter sized hail can leave smaller dents, but once you get to like quarter or like golf ball sized hail or like ping pong ball sized hail, that's when it starts to leave some decent dents. How would you know where a tornado is based on the Doppler? Well, we'll give you a little hopefully we don't have any examples of it that we can show. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll just use the rotational loft on this storm as an example. Again, this rotation is not near the surface, but so our radar is located down here. And so these winds are in the red are moving away from the radar, and the green are moving towards the radar. And so if you read it like that, when you have them increase like this near each other, that is rotation. In the middle of that, though, if you have this gray area, that means your rotation is broad. If there is no gray in between, and you have these color reds next to these color greens, that's when we start to get concerned about rotation. And as of right now, we're not really seeing many areas like that. Sometimes it gets a little bit more confusing. Like if we come over to this radar, you can see that there are no reds and greens because it's like everything is just moving away from the radar pretty much. But relative to the storm motion itself, you have winds moving in this direction and then winds moving back in this direction, just not very strongly. So we're not really concerned about that storm for a tornado threat. Thank you, Bucky Barnes, again for another $2. Quick look at Georgia for a person on here. Sure. We'll go back down to Georgia. Travel back down to Georgia. Yeah. Over here, kind of, I guess it's, kind of south or more eastern Georgia, like southeastern Georgia. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading towards Statesboro, Meter, and Sylvania. Is it Sylvania? Yeah. It's like Pennsylvania, but without the pen. So yeah, if you live there, watch out. Got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Just be indoors and away from windows. Further down to the south for Vidalia near Lyons, we have another part of the line that's coming through with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Further down to the south, we don't have any more severe thunderstorm warnings anymore. These are now been downgraded to special weather statements, which means there's still going to be some rain, still going to be some wind, just not strong enough to like cause much problems. So. Eventually, downwind here is going to be like Waycross, Hinesville, Jessup, Baxley, Brunswick, Kingsland, Savannah, Hinesville. Any QLCS tornadoes for Charlotte? It's still technically a possibility, but again, it's just like we haven't had like an actual confirmed tornado for quite a long time. Quite a long time. The line of storms has been struggling, in all honesty. So maybe, but kind of seems like a low chance. I'd be more worried about like the potential for damaging winds, as it does seem like our tornado threat is a little bit less intense than it was like earlier today. But the environment is still technically there to support tornadoes. Thank you, RCA and Barb, for subscribing. Ooh, that's an interesting view. Are we close to a storm here? Tornado Explorer. Here near Fort Mill. Is that near like Rock Hill? Or is that somewhere else? It doesn't really matter. I mean, as long as we can just get a view of something. Yes. Okay. You missed a spot. Thunder is shaking the house. Yeah. Yeah, doobie doobie doing that sometimes. Thunder be rumbling. Be causing some shaking and some bacon. Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen a dangerous rotation in quite a while. It's mainly a line of severe storms. Yeah, here, we'll do radar mega for a little bit so everybody can see their storm. We got the national radar on this. Turn off the risk. Yeah, it does cost nothing to be polite. That is true. But unfortunately, it also costs $0 to be a meanie. What's going on near Lexington? Wind surge? Where's Lexington? I swear we were just looking at it. Let me search it. Lexington, South Carolina. Penny-sized hail warning for bacon, coffee, and Jeff Davis. Yeah, a little bit of a wind surge, but should still be in and around that 60-mile-per-hour wind. To keep in mind, back when we were near Atlanta, when our storm was pretty much at its peak, that's where we got a lot of our damage reports. We really haven't had that many damage reports since then. Most of our damage reports are coming out of the southern portion of this storm near like Tallahassee. We also had a 51-mile-per-hour wind report there as well. Snow squalls in West Virginia, really? I'm guessing like in like the mountainous regions, maybe. Don't think it's that cold up there. Oh, Wyoming. Read that wrong. Oh yeah. These are always really fun to watch. I will be honest. The snow squalls. Let me see if I have a camera over there. It goes from like nothing to something like in like a split second. I'm not sure if we have any live cameras in Wyoming though. I'll check just to make sure. Thank you, Corey, for subscribing. Thank you. Let's see. Where is that again? It's over there near like Riverton, which would be here. Actually, there's a camera there. Is it live? Yeah, the cameras aren't live, unfortunately, in Wyoming. Yeah, there's a little bit of a snow squall over there near Riverton. Heading towards Casper eventually. And some snow happening over here near south of Carson City. What the heck? We have a special weather statement near Clovis. An actual storm heading towards Balch Camp. Man, we actually got a couple little storms over here in California. Would you look at that? Watch out. Got some rain. See, rain in California is like a 80-mile-per-hour severe storm over here in the southeast. They never get it. How am I feeling today? I'm doing all right. I'm tired. I am getting tired. And at some point, we're going to have to decide to save our energy because, again, tomorrow, we got another strong tornado risk. We're going to be going from the East Coast back over to the Central Plains, then back over to the same area that we covered yesterday. An active stretch here of severe weather for sure. Looks like a T-bone steak. Delicious looking severe weather risk there. PA Storm Trackers is live. Are they like actually chasing or? Nah, they're going to the plains. So they're just driving to tomorrow's target. They'll be out there tomorrow though. We'll use them for the stream tomorrow. Storm Runner. We'll have the three, the big three. Hey, a Tornado Explorer. What happened to the video? It's frozen. You're just driving and chatting. Yeah. Rotation near Chaplin. Let's go check it out. Just in case. Not really. I mean, technically, yes, you could call that rotation. That's very weak rotation. Not really worth mentioning too much. What's the word I'm looking for anything bad. Gnarly wall cloud near Blackville, South Carolina. Interesting. You get a chance. What does Wednesday look like for Grand Rapids? Probably pretty similar. Maybe I still haven't really been able to form an opinion on that. I haven't had any time to really do a deep dive. I did a little bit of a deep dive earlier this morning, but I usually in order for me to get like a good opinion on something, I usually need about an hour of forecasting just to look at it and to get familiar with it. Why cake? Because when somebody donates, yeah. Let me see if the HRRR is in range. It might be pretty darn close. Oh wow. Boy, yeah. If that's what happens there, those could be strong tornadoes east of Wichita. Potentially long track too. Look at that. That's why there's a strong tornado risk out here. That cap breaks in those storms. Those storms will have a lot of wind shear to work with. I mean, we're talking, yeah. Those could be strong if they do fire. It's a conditional risk. Oh, look, Vince Welty and Storm and Media are on their way up there too. Yeah. Tomorrow looks dangerous. Let's go check out, see if HRRR is in range for Wednesday. It should be. Oh. Kind of looks like a mess. What is going on here? Definitely some damaging winds up there to the north, Michigan. And there's really strong wind shear. What is happening? Why does that look so messy? I mean, that's a good thing. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know enough about the atmosphere, and we're not going to be able to really do too much of a. Is there like a capping inversion? There's not. A little bit of instability. Yeah, I need to look at my other models like it's a lot more in depth, but we'll tell you the beginning of this looks like a mess. Definitely like a chance for some embedded tornadoes, but I would need to figure out why it looks so messy. Because that does not look like, like a high end type tornado day. But I would need a little bit more understanding of what is going on here. It must be like lapse rates or something. HRRR, no, HRRR is not the best model, but it's one of the. I mean, like when I do my deep dives, I always compare to other ones, but I just don't feel like getting all that set up right now. And I mean, I'm definitely going to take a after this live stream is done, I'm going to take a really good look at it, and I'll have a better opinion on it tomorrow, and we'll be talking about that. Evan gets his wings. Almost, yeah. Sometimes I do buy wings with y'all's donations. It is something that happens. All right. It seems like this severe weather threat is still ongoing here, but the tornado threat appears to be taking a little bit of a break. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break too. I'm still going to keep my eye on the radar. If something like dangerous comes back up, I might go back live, but I am pretty tired. I think I'm going to put a pin in it for now. Still, some damaging winds are possible as this pushes over to the east. There's still going to be every now and then a chance for a tornado. All right. It's not super elevated. The most likely scenario is you're going to get damaging winds and damaging winds with this storm. And there is still technically an environment to support tornadoes, but I'm really tired, and the tornado threat is a little bit lower right now. So I'm going to take this moment to take a nice break, at the very least, at least 2 hours to 3 hour break. And if need be, we might come back live for this up here, or if this down here is still doing something, we might come back live for that. But I need a break, man. It's been a long day. It's been a long day yesterday. It's been a decently long day today. And the only reason I'm taking, like, honestly, if I knew after this I'd be able to take like 3 days off, I'd probably cover it all the way throughout the day, just like in all honesty. But because I know that we've got potentially 2 more days of strong tornado threats, yeah, I'm gonna need. I need to be smart. I need to be smart. So, all right. Thank you guys for tuning in. Again, huge shout out to the mods. Huge shout out to Bill. Thank you everybody that donated, became a member, or subscribed during this stream. I do appreciate it. I'll try to get a video out tomorrow morning. Either that or I will, we'll be up early. Let me see when those storms might fire tomorrow to give, so I can give you guys at least some sort of schedule for tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like these are nighttime storms, so I'll probably be live like at around like 5 or 4 p.m. and then we'll wait for the storms to fire. Watch the atmosphere. It'll be the beginning of the stream will probably be a forecast for that day, and then the day after that, and then we'll go into coverage. We'll just go straight into coverage. Well, yeah, our main tornado threat's going to be with these 2 storms, really. So we gotta keep a close eye on that. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll have I'm gonna look at the models tonight, and we'll have a really in-depth breakdown and forecast before I go live for this. And because if I don't have to go live again tonight, and I can like wake up at my normal time, then I might also throw a video out there too. So thank you guys for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow morning on a video, or if I don't have the energy, we'll do a long we'll probably end up doing a live forecast anyways, so we'll be live also to answer questions. Peace.